Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting. The different pictures and how it was outlined and different things to
Hmm.
be, beware of and, stuff like that. Like it was definitely like kind of one of those things where like it was almost like something that would be passed along
Hmm.
like
So
through
yeah,
the
that was
grapevine.
smuggled into your
Yeah.
hands in prison because you're all starting in
Ugh.
Iron Hook prison.
Right. Right.
Um,
Right.
so yeah, and those are basically uh, plot seeds for tonight's game session. It's nothing that we mandatorily have to do, but I'm just trying to give you a little color and flavor and put some ideas in your head because this is very much a narrative storytelling game. It is less about the dice and more about the story, the fiction, as they like to call it in the book. And also in the book, the first rule off the top for the storyteller is that I'm supposed to be your character's biggest fan. So I'm supposed to have more fan fiction in my head about your character than even you are.
Cool.
So I'm trying to put these thoughts in your head about like, oh, I wonder what this character would do with this, and kind of give you these things. And also, I can't hand you props across the table as if we were playing in person.
Right.
So I'm trying to mail things to you to give a little spike of interest and titillate you into things to come. So
You
before
said
we
titillate.
yes, I did. Before we get into actually playing the first scene out and then through the rest of the night, uh, there is something that I like to do, especially in games that are much more story based, that I picked up from a game called Kids on Bikes. Have any of you played that game yet?
No.
I've not even heard of it.
No, Kids on
Yeah.
Bikes.
Never even heard of it.
It is a great game. It is very Stranger Things kind of type
Mm-hmm.
story, very
that sounds
1980s. Kids on bikes riding around. Like they're at the arcade and the mall and whatever. But yeah, it can be very supernatural or extremely mundane. But think Stranger Things. So that is also a very rules light, more story kind of based game. And in that, beyond creating your character, one of the things that you do is you ask the players a series of questions that help flesh out the town that the game's going to take place in, which I don't need to do here because Duskfall is very colorful. But the players get to answer questions about the other characters and make those truths. So I'm going to propose a series of questions to you and have you, you're going to select another character in the crew, and then I'm going to ask you to pick a number, which will select a random question that you're going to get to answer about someone else in your crew. And there's positive relationship questions, and there's negative relationship questions. And we're not going to do this for every single person, every single character, but I'm going to ask you both. All of you are going to answer one positive, all of you are going to answer one negative, and then after that, I'm going to ask you each one unfamiliar question about one of the other player characters that is not in your crew. So that way we get a little cross-threading between groups because you're not the only group playing this game. You exist in this world
Foster got
with other people.
into. No one can hear me right now, right?
What's that? I'm sorry.
I don't know what microphone is picking up me.
I mean, I can hear you.
Yeah, that's
Mm-hmm.
weird.
It's weird.
It's
I
weird
can
that
do
you
that.
can hear me.
Yeah,
Why can you hear me right now?
I don't know.
Do you need us to stop while you work your technical difficulties
Nope,
out?
you
Or
can keep going. I'll figure it
okay,
out.
very good. So I'm just gonna. If anyone wants to, if I name you and you don't want to go first or whatever, that's fine. But right now I have it as Sister Crescent, Sister Gibbous, Sister Waxing, and Butcher as kind of my list, just in the order that I have you in front of me. Is everyone fine if I kind of go through that as your order?
Yeah, I'm cool with it.
All right. So Helena, you'll be first then. So what?
So let's do this.
Let's do it. All right. So we're gonna start with the positive questions. So I need you to pick one of the other characters in your crew. So that would either be Sister Gibbous, Sister Waxing, or Butcher. So Gibbous is Bill, Waxing is Jake, and Butcher is Sean.
Let's do this.
So you're going to answer one positive about one of these characters, and then I'm going to go through everybody else, and then we're going to do one negative about another character,
I have a quick question for Sean. You
Mhm.
said you're also from Ticheros?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna pick Butcher. I'll go with that.
All right, so positive
Butcher.
question about Butcher. You guys hail from the same land. All right, would you please pick a number 1 to 20?
I must do this correctly in how I pick. Okay, come on, open. 4.
4.
Oh, Pat, did you say we were going to use Roll20 at all, or just do stuff here?
I'm just gonna use Discord and like roll your dice. I believe you. I am going to share my screen at a certain point to share like music and stuff because I believe that's the only way you guys can hear sound effects and things. But yeah, I'm currently not using Roll20. I may move into that in the future though.
Cool.
All right.
Gotcha.
So positive trait 4. What trait about this character that they despise do you generally appreciate? So what is something about Butcher that Butcher doesn't like about himself, but you actually find admirable?
Um.
No, she's going to
Butcher-
answer about you.
Oh, okay.
She
Yeah.
gets to create a truth about your character.
Oh,
So
I get
Maybe
you.
you're gonna find out you like crochet. You're gonna
Right, exactly. Now, obviously, if it's something that's just really out of the park left field, the person who's on the receiving end of this can sort of object and we can kind of work it out. But the idea is that someone else is getting a little power over your narration here. That's the point of this.
Gotcha.
Um,
Gotcha.
I feel like I know the other characters a little bit. Is it possible to get like a little bit about Butcher generally? Just like a quick.
Sure,
quick
Sean.
summary?
Why don't you give like a 3-sentence rundown of who you are?
Butcher hails from Tycheros. He was in the commandos in the Royal Army. He was technically discharged from it, and that's kind of why he ended up in prison. He was very much a physically opposing force, and they deemed that he kind of got out of control.
Like the killing too much is basically what it came down to.
Yeah.
For other descriptors for you, he's a cutter.
Yeah.
He's presented as a man. An adjective I would say is a strapping fighter. He's built very Paul Bunyan-y, but not obviously the size of trees. He's just big and large and built like a lumberjack. And sort of his ethnic trait, being weird, is that while he's all muscly and veiny, you know how like bodybuilders have the veins, his veins are black under his skin through his whole body.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah. So like,
And my eyes are completely black.
yeah, he's got like the shark eyes, and all of his veins are black, like not just in a particular place, like through his whole body. He's known to frequent fighting pits, and has a little bit of a ego persona in that sort of venue. So yeah, those would be the things that you would know about him, having sort of met him in prison and recently formed a crew with him.
Okay.
So what?
Something that he doesn't like about himself, but that I admire.
Yes, that is the question.
What?
Does he write good poetry?
Yeah, like you can make it like where he's this big like killer dude, and it's very.
Oh, I got it.
He's soft spoken inside.
Yeah.
He has a very precious stuffy, a stuffed animal that is incredibly precious to him. He doesn't really like for people to know that because he feels like it's too emasculating and like it makes him look too weak. But I think it's really sweet to know that there's a heart underneath all that muscle.
Okay.
Is it a stuffed Leviathan?
Oh my god, yes!
Yes, it absolutely has to be.
All right.
Little tentacles.
Boy,
Yep.
stuffed.
What did you name it, Sean?
Oh, that's a great.
Yeah,
Is
give
it
me
It's a very important stuffy to you too.
Is
Deeply
it
important.
Leviathan?
I feel like he wouldn't name it. The I'll have to get back to you on the name of it.
Okay.
That's something that I've got to think about. Because he wouldn't necessarily, because originally, like, when it popped into my head, I was like, yeah, he could name it, Umbra, but
It's a
that wouldn't
little
really
too
make
forward.
sense. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
That
you
wouldn't really-
could, but like,
No, it was. This is something that
Or
he's
Junior.
brought in through like his entire life. Like, this is something that he's had from a
From
very
his-
long
from Crib.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll get back to you on the name of that.
Crib.
Cool. That's my answer. If that works.
Cool. Yeah, I'm just writing some notes. So I just kind of have keeps a hidden toy stuffed Leviathan named X because we don't know yet. Has kept since Crib, shows a softer side under all the masculinity. Very good. All right, see, we're starting strong. All right, next I have Sister Givus. So Bill, please pick another character in your crew.
I'll take Crescent.
Crescent. Okay. All right, and then a number 1 to 20, please.
17.
A lucky number.
It's prime. Sticking.
Yeah. Gotta love you some primes.
What aspect of this character's
Excuse me.
personality do you try to use as a model for your own? So, little tidbits about Sister Crescent. Sister Crescent is a whisper. They're ambiguous, not showing any particular gender. The adjective that I've given Sister Crescent is a feral lunatic. Sister Crescent is often a ward or insane asylum ward, or when an Iron Hook gets kind of put in the bin of the crazies, muttering to themselves and whatnot. Often seen wearing a straitjacket when doesn't need to be in one.
Just
sort
because
of,
they're a
Hey,
little
man.
warm. Just because they're a little warm. Yeah. All
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Like I get
with-
to give myself a little hug.
particularly with like notably like the straps of the jacket, like not just the arms, but like the straps that would go around and lock in, like link in,
Yeah,
are always kind of kept dangling or loosely about, so that like they sort of drag a little on the floor, or sort of like swing like ribbons around them. Yeah, those are some of the things. Do you have anything to add, Helena, about?
Oh yeah. I'm also from Titros. I've got
Yep.
sclera purple eyes, a la Deet from Dark Crystal.
Yeah, that's a good
With purpley blackish, mostly more purple, like veins sort of, they look veiny, but they come out of my eyes and go across my face and down my neck, down to about my clavicle.
So they originate from the eyes and come out across the face, like you said, down into the shoulder area.
Oh, we had
And they would
pictures
look
of these.
very much like veins, but there are more of them than like a natural vein path would be there. So
Yeah, we had pictures of these, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
yeah.
he just
Yeah, they're
posted
on
my
Discord.
I made in the gallery. I just got them.
Just
I drew a picture.
yeah, so in the gallery, I updated the character's photo that Helena made. It's
Very nice.
kind of the orangey, cartoony one on the bottom, so you can see sort of on the face those little scribbles.
Oh, nice.
And then I think in the recruitment one for you guys, where are you? I think she threw the
Yeah.
picture up with
Yeah.
the purple eyes. Yeah, if you scroll up.
Yep.
That's actually a really like more close up. She doesn't look like the little.
Yeah, I
Halfling
don't look.
thing.
I don't have like.
It's just the eyes and vein kind of thing. But
Mhm,
Yeah,
mhm,
and
mhm.
my skin is like very kind of pale,
Yeah,
almost
yeah.
like a sickly color.
Gotcha.
like a pasty almost.
Yeah.
All right, so at that, hey, what the question was what what aspect of this character's personality do you try to use as a model for your own? What do you like about the crazy?
What
was
do
literally
I like
thinking
about the
that.
crazy?
Yeah. So the question is posed to your character. So what is it something that your character
Likes about
likes
that one. Okay.
about this other character's personality that
Yep.
you try to model in your own self?
Yep. So I would probably take on much of the subterfuge that outward craziness can benefit from, especially in the realm of my vice of gambling, or whenever trying to, bait and switch or redirect people's focus when trying to do any of our manipulations or any of those kind of things. So I would take on not the actual crazy, but the outwardness of crazy, of the ability to create that kind of subterfuge and distraction from the truth underneath.
Good.
Like the using the crazy as sort of like a tactic for influencing
it's a
others.
mask.
It was the first thing that popped into my head was the Harley Quinn. It's like,
Yeah,
she
yeah.
might be crazy, but it might just be all an act.
I'm not crazy. I just hear Umbral whisper to me.
As we all do.
If you're crazy, then we're crazy. So I mean, you're in good
Well,
company.
if
So
you don't
what I
think you're
wrote-
crazy, you're probably crazy.
I wrote here, the outer crazy is just a front. Acting a little off can add a layer of subterfuge to making others uncomfortable to your own advantage.
Mhm.
That's kind of the notes I took from what you...
I would maybe say, instead of uncomfortable, thrown off balance.
Okay. Others...
Kind of like the idea of they have prepared X and you just threw them a curveball and now they're a little wobbly and unsure of how to react or to succeed.
Got it. All right, Sister Waxing. That would be Jake. Give me another character in your crew.
All right. Well,
It's going to be a positive question we're going to ask.
Okay. Well, let's see. We've done Butcher. We've done Sister Waning. Which one? Give me
Yeah.
like the-
Crescent, and
Crescent
Butcher.
and Butcher both have something you said
Okay.
about them. You can pick another one, but it's fun to mix it around.
No, I want to go Gibbous. Let's go Gibbous. I like to cover all the bases that way.
Okay. All right. And a number 1 to 20.
13.
13.
You
What
would.
about this character always makes you happy?
Ooh. All right, give me the rundown real quick. Let me
So-
bask in it.
So things about Sister Gibbous. Sister Gibbous is a spider, so mastermind planner, presented as a man, masculine. Sort of adjective that comes to mind is a Scovelin thinker. So Sister Gibbous certainly holds the air and qualities of an academic, but also sort of that of a soldier, in that it's where science meets warfare, if that makes sense to you. And if not forced into the revolutionary life of the resistance fighter of a Skovlander, Sister Gibbous, he probably would have been a scholar or a philosopher, or some sort of thinker, as opposed to a chemist who would build a bomb to blow something up.
Okay.
Feel free to expand upon that.
Some things I was thinking was part of what brought me down that road. It was I had a bout of amnesia when younger, and when trying to find my path, got into studying accidentally because of all of my process to try to regain what I lost.
Okay.
But also at the same time, Princess Bride, that little guy that tries to poison him, who's the smartest man in the world. Not as nerdy, but that same kind of boastful confidence.
I like it.
With the look
Okay.
of Dougal Mackenzie.
Yeah, exactly. With the look of Dougal Mackenzie.
That.
And there's a picture there too in the gallery. I have everyone's pictures up. So if you need to like have a face.
I mean, you're a gorgeous a gentleman with that picture.
Exactly.
I don't necessarily think the rifle is
No.
a
No.
prominent part.
I was looking at the
Big
facial
Graham.
hair, so that's okay.
Yeah,
Facial
you
hair-
gotta take
Pretty handsome
pieces.
man.
Yeah, you gotta take some pieces out of this.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That boastful confidence does appeal to the kind of the view I have of Lendry. Lendry's all about treating himself, so I'm looking at.
And I'm sorry
What a
too. I
waxing
actually realized that
gibbous.
I sort of crisscrossed some characters there. So, Bill, if you need me to retcon anything I just said, I realized I sort of bled another character into your character.
No worries.
Is that still accurate? What I said?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. I kind of like smushed two of you together.
Yeah.
Continue.
So-
Jake, I apologize.
Yeah.
And what was my prompt again?
It was, what about this character always makes you happy?
It makes me happy. Just whenever you're just supremely confident in what you're presenting to us, just that makes me happy.
So that confidence breeds your confidence.
Yeah, it's like, you know what? He knows what he's doing. Like I can get it. I can get it. I can get it.
Did I lose everybody's? Are people still there?
I'm here. I'm
Yeah.
just typing.
We're good.
Oh, okay. It got quiet for at least
He's
5
making
seconds, and I just went,
comments.
oh.
Yeah, no, that's just me. I'm just trying to like expand on that. So right now I have their self confidence breeds confidence in myself. It's sort of like the
Yeah, that's what I was thinking basically.
okay. All right, very good. All right, and then Sean, okay,
Yeah.
would you please pick another character in your crew?
Let's go.
We're gonna.
Sister waxing.
All right, spreading it around. I like it. Okay, and then we're gonna ask a positive question. If you can pick a number 1 to 20, please.
Let's go with 15.
15. Huh. What do you and this character have a mutual weird love of?
Ooh.
Interesting.
So the tidbit here. Boop. Boop. All right. So Sister Waxing is a lurk. Is a man. Background of a laborer. A dock worker / pirate kind of type. But honestly, a very low profile. Not a whole lot to know about. There are stories. There are very few stories about Sister Waxing, but the ones that are there are very pronounced. There's a tale of one time smuggling himself onto a noble's yacht where a party was being held, and he sort of masqueraded himself in there. Made a scene, and then ultimately ended up sinking the ship on the way out of the party. So, like,
not my fault.
Gotcha.
yeah, so like, there's just a few little stories that are kind of like really zany out there. Like, this plain Jane guy, he really did that, really. But they're crazy stories. They're like, wow, that's fun if it happened. That type of thing. Is that
Gotcha.
fair, Jake?
Yeah, that falls in. Lendry definitely disappears into the background a bit, but they have rich tastes.
Gotcha.
So,
So what
knowing
was?
that, what do you and this character have a mutual weird love of? So what's something strange out there, bizarre, unique, interesting, taboo that you and Jake's character both have a mutual interest in? Particularly love of is the actual wording. So
Particular love of, huh?
yeah. What is a weird love that you both mutually have?
What's your vice, Sean?
My vice is pleasure, thrill of combat.
That's right.
So you can take this in two ways. You can think of it as, what is something I want my character to have an interest in that's really strange, and also take Jake's character along for the ride and make him like it too. Or you can look at it the other way around, of being like, what's something that Jake's character likes that I think is weird, that I guess my character's coming along for the ride also.
What's Jake's vice again?
Jake, what's your vice?
Luxury. I'm all about treating myself. Think Aziz Ansari in Parks and Rec, if that helps.
Gotcha. So I'm actually going to do it in the sense of
It's more like Donna, because no one knows what's going on with her.
He has a fondness sense of or a love for destruction.
I really like watching pit fights. I like what it's like in Fight Club. I wanted to see Jared Leto just get ugly. That's what I'm thinking.
I'm thinking more of the sense of, you know how you were that story where like you sank the ship and you were like, oh, it was accidental. Well, in that story, it may have been accidental, but at that moment you found a fondness for destroying things.
An accident, but it was a fun accident.
Right.
A happy accident.
I don't know if that's weird enough for me though. Like, it needs to be
a little more esoteric.
Yeah, like, so if it's gonna be something like destruction, I need it to be like arson level. Like, I want to watch it burn. Like, the fire is fun. Like that.
Is it? I discovered a love for sinking boats specifically.
I mean, if Sean wants that to be also a thing that he has a mutual love of, I love to watch boats sink.
Are we going to be the scholars?
Yeah. I guess
that works well for anybody who refuses our blessings.
Yeah.
Let loose the scuttlers.
Let's go with that. We like to watch, specifically, we like to sink boats.
Our location for our base is going to be well used.
Yes, it is.
I wonder why there's all that debris out there next to us.
Yeah.
About it. Practicing our craft. I want to have some crab motifs on my clothing.
Ooh.
Crabs?
They scuttle.
They do scuttle.
All right, so I've answered that with, there's just something so, I don't know, special about watching a ship sink slowly into the inky depths.
Yes, I like it.
It just feels good.
There you go.
The darkness is claiming it, much like the Umbra will claim us.
All right, so back to the top again. We're going to do the same series of things, but this time we're going to ask negative questions.
Oh, fun.
And it has to be about someone else. So if you've already answered a question about a character positively, I want you to answer a negative question about a different character. Now, that's not to say that that other character might have a positive thing with you already and you put a negative against them. That's okay. You just can't answer two questions about the same person. That makes sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so Helena, back at the top with you. Please pick someone in the crew other than Sister Gibbous. Or no, excuse me, other than Butcher. Yeah.
I think I'm gonna choose Jake, Sister Waxing.
Okay. And a number 1 to 20, please.
That'll be a 20.
20.
Going for the crit.
Yeah, 20!
Just if you just rolled that, you wasted it.
I know. I did just roll it.
I'm going to roll my next one.
I am too.
How did this character betray you the last time you confided in them?
Oh.
Ooh.
How did Jake's character betray you the last time you opened up?
I opened up to Sister Waxing about Umbral's whispers to me, and she turned me in, and that's how it's part of how I ended up in jail this most recent time, is that she...
I had you committed.
Yeah.
Back to the lab.
I was opening up about some shit and discussing some of that, and
Okay.
I was like, you need to go get help.
You're like, maybe you
Did
need
it
a
come
little
from a
more
loving place?
time.
like, yeah, we all hear the voices. But
Yeah, we all need to.
You actually do?
Guys, she needs to
No,
go.
you don't understand.
No, that's
But
not how you do it.
yeah, I understand the issue now, but at the time it was
I'm still a little salty. I'm still a little salty though.
that's understandable. We live near an ocean.
I'll enjoy that bad pun, thank you.
You're welcome. Could there be an in-game like text chat?
Sure.
Cool.
Wait, what do you mean?
Like I don't know. Sometimes I found in online games, like if a lot of talking's happening, sometimes you can pop some notes in or something. Or if,
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
things
Yeah,
you
like
guys
I've definitely
can
done that
message each
too,
other on
like-
Discord. Like that's fine.
Oh,
like,
what about what we're doing with the D&D with the Google Drive?
a shared like Google
Yeah.
Doc.
Yeah.
Would that
Yeah,
be
and the-
better?
and the-
Because this
and the
would
game
be
gets
for like
blown out of it.
general information about like our evenings, and that'll be for the game.
Yeah, we can set something like that up eventually. I don't want to focus on that right now, but
No.
you guys can
Ponder.
if you want to sort of communicate on the side, so that way it's not interrupting the narration.
Yeah,
can
I've
message each other.
definitely done stuff like that before. Where in previous games we were using like Roll20 or something, and you had whatever was on camera was like spoken in the recording, into microphones,
microphone.
and then if you were say in a non-on-screen scene with somebody or just having some sort of like party banter, we might just like put that in the
Chat.
little like sidebar chat. So
Yeah.
yeah, I imagine something to that effect. I don't know if we want to do that like in our private crew board.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
we
if
we can
I
figure it out later. Yeah.
so the notes I have here are sharing what I've heard in the whispers. I was committed over the claim that you need help. I'm just helping you. Because you got put in prison because.
Not again! This is
Yeah.
where I stopped opening up to people!
Yep.
Yeah, this was not a good lesson.
Okay. So let's see, Sister Gibbous.
We're going for
Hey.
Butcher and 16.
16. How far would you go to make this character suffer?
Is the implied that I would go far, and now I'm just giving you the line?
It is, you don't necessarily have to act on it, but the idea is that it's something that you've considered. Maybe he's gotten under your skin enough times that, like...
He tried to Hulk smash too many times when the brain would have prevailed.
Yeah, and you're
Alright,
just kind of like, alright, like... if I had to, like, give him a hard rubbing, what would it be, you know?
If you know what I mean.
Yeah, I took the high road, but my facial expression on my video definitely did it. So I guess not the first time I've heard that phrase before.
Yeah, you rolled the die, man. I don't know.
I did.
And again, this doesn't have to be something you've acted on, but it's
No,
or
I'm
will even
thinking.
act on.
I'm
But it's
thinking
something you've
more.
considered.
No, I'm thinking more. Not so much in the realm of how far would I go, but what energy I would put into the process.
Sure.
In the sense of like,
How much resources would you spend?
yeah.
Being a spider, that's a fair question.
Yeah, because I'm thinking more not so much like what he does or how much like what I'll do, but how much opportunistic moments is my thought. Like if there's an opportunistic moment that I feel like I could
if it
put
wouldn't
in.
tax me.
Yeah, so if it was like a 20%, 20% effort, I would strongly consider. That percentage, I think, would become 50% if I knew it wouldn't be able to be traced back to me.
Okay.
We want to make it dynamic.
Ain't that how that always goes?
Yep, because I feel like if it was 20%, I could maybe get out of it with talk and or, but if it's one of those like 50-50s of, or it would be like, they won't know it was me, I would coin toss it to see if I would go through with it. God, I gotta work on a Scottish accent. This is gonna be awful for all of you.
I don't know about you, Sean, but I'm planning on using a Russian accent, and I was practicing it earlier.
I'm gonna see how it like goes about. I'm not really particular on doing accents or anything like that. Just being more menacing and having a deep voice is pretty much where I was going with mine.
And
Nice.
Treacherous is sort of the ambiguous location that like you could go with anything because it's basically what is left of the fantasy in the world. So it doesn't have to be of any particular makeup. And even then, if you don't want to have a voice, you don't need one.
Yeah. It's totally valid to just use your
own.
voice. Like
That may be what mine dissolves into, but
But for times of certain, I don't know, like grandiose moments, you might slip into it. Who knows?
damn straight.
it's like he's been living in Duskfall long enough that he's kind of lost his accent, but when very passionate, it just like
It
slips
slips
down.
back.
Oh, or when you've been drinking.
Oh
yeah.
That's clever. Oh shoot.
Not to make these two things of life and game go parallel.
But inspiration and all that.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm almost done. All right. In the light of giving some flair to this, the write-up I have is,
Excuse me.
if it wouldn't take much resources, you have my attention. If I wouldn't get caught, well, now you have my interest.
Now you've raised my eyebrow.
Right? Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to give it a little flavor,
Yeah.
All right, Sister Waxing, Jake, pick another character in the crew.
Okay, so that was for Butcher, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
I did that in the wrong place.
And Crescent.
You can pick Butcher. That's.
I know. I
You
like to spread it around.
You picked Butcher. You picked Butcher for your positive, though, right?
Yeah, I picked Butcher for my positive.
So you cannot pick a negative.
Yeah,
So
I'm not.
I thought you picked Gibbous for your.
Oh no, I did do Gibbous. Sean
I
had
picked Butcher.
Sean had me for what his.
I apologize. Yeah. So you could pick anyone but Bill.
I could pick anyone but Bill. But who has had one this round? Let's see, because Bill
so
has
right
Sean.
now, Helena has a
had
negative against you.
Yeah.
And Bill has a negative against Sean.
Okay,
So now, Bill doesn't have any negative.
But you can't pick Bill because
I
you've
can't
already.
pick Bill.
You
So I
already
can
picked
pick
Bill.
Sean or Helena.
Yeah, I mean,
And who,
as long as it's
has
not
Sean
the person
gone?
you have.
Sean hasn't gone yet.
Sean hasn't gone yet.
Sean hasn't gone yet. Yeah. But he can't pick me.
Well, then he would
Oh.
maybe get me because I haven't had one.
You there can be more than one negative applied on a
Mm.
person. That's
person,
fine.
I have no negatives. Boom.
Right now,
I
you
am
guys have
perfect.
just staggered them all. Like,
Yeah. I want to make sure everyone gets some.
Spreading the
Everybody
wealth.
gets the love.
I'll go Gibbous. I think that's gonna work.
all right, and then we're gonna ask a negative.
Double.
So 1 to 20.
Wait, didn't you do Gibbous for your positive?
Oh, right. Duh,
you did, yeah.
I picked the one I can't pick. Crescent. We'll go Crescent.
Okay. All right. 1 to 20, please.
Awesome.
I rolled a 5.
What does this character have that you want to take from them?
Your whispers.
It doesn't have to be a physical thing. It could be something spooky.
Waxing is just jealous that Umbrel talks to me and not him.
Yeah, like at this point, it's like, oh yeah, no, yeah, you totally talk to Umbra, huh? Oh,
That's why you. That's
You
why
wanna
you
be
sent
more
her
of a
to
prophet?
the. That's why you sent her to the loony bin.
Exactly.
Yep.
It's like, oh yeah, now that.
Do you want that to be your thing? Like you.
Yeah, that'll be fun to work through.
Okay.
Your jealousy sent her to the loony bin.
I want to treat myself to the highest honor I can, which is Umbra's favorite.
I mean, if you want to take it from me, by all means, but I don't think I get a choice in the matter.
That's part of the problem.
You're the favorite, and you're not even trying.
How tall?
So
are
I
you?
wrote, sure, we all hear the whispers, but I want to be the prophet.
Ooh, yeah, all right.
Sound good?
Yeah, I like that.
All right, Sean.
The only one that's left is Gibbous, right?
Yes.
So Gibbous
If
it
we're-
is.
All right, if we're gonna keep that trend going, 1 to 20, please.
Huh. I got an 8.
What role did this character play in the worst day of your life? The worst.
I think. It's hard to imagine that he's had many bad days.
Well, we're getting one now.
Right.
You ever hit that 50%?
And everybody in their life has always had some bad days. So.
Yeah, but like he literally made a profession of like his favorite thing, which is combat. So, I guess it would have to do probably with something of when I was tossed out of the military. I'm gonna say because Gibbous is kind of like the very boisterous, and he was
He's Skovlin too, so you probably fought over in his homeland at some point.
right. So I'm thinking like he was on the opposing side, and like he basically was like boasting about how he was, how they were winning, and like it set me off, and like I ended up, doing a lot of bad things.
So I have Bill listed as an Arcaro citizen born and raised. His ethnicity is Skovlin, so like his parents came over. But it could have been something like maybe you guys were in a pub and this conversation came up, and he's like, like some sort of discussion came about, and it turned into a barroom brawl, and like that was the final straw for your commanding officers, and they're like, that's it, dishonorable discharge, you're out.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's go with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that.
Right. Because he's not actually from Skovlin, but like he carries the culture still, even though
Right.
he is a Arcros citizen.
Gotcha.
So, Bill, does that sound fair? Like, is that a...
Yeah, you're a little racist. It's fine.
There's a lot of racism around here, particularly for Skovlin. Right.
Yeah. Mm.
It's hey, you know what?
That moves it in the direction. I like it. I don't like racism, but I like shit.
Can I change my height?
Sure. People are like human height, so whatever.
Yeah. I think it's funnier if Sister Waxing is shorter than Sister Crescent.
actually, I think.
So I wrote, one night in the pub, this guy is running his mouth too much about the Unification War, and I had to put the Skovlin blowhard in his place. Well, that was it for my command, and I got dishonorably discharged.
Yes.
All right. Excellent.
You're the reason that Butcher had to leave the military?
So he
Sounds like I found a 50%.
That sort of verbal altercation led to like a barroom brawl. And
it
then
wasn't
that
his
was
first, but it was his last.
Yeah, and like he was already on the books, so
On thin ice.
and that's what got him booted.
He was he's always been kind of a hothead.
All right, so now we get into some unfamiliar territory. So you're each going to pick a character, only one, outside of your crew, and you're going to answer one unfamiliar question about them. And then after that, I'm going to reveal to you if anyone has presented any same questions already about you. Some of you might already have something that's been imposed upon your character by someone who isn't in your group.
Oh, fun.
So, all right. So let's go back to the top again. So, Helena, I'm going to read off some aliases, and you can pick one. Samaritan, Seneschal, Shepherd, Lacey, Rain, Sunshine, or Shifty.
Let's go with
Samaritan, Seneschal,
so many good choices.
Shepherd, Lacey, Rain, Sunshine, Shifty.
So many good choices. I love a good. Oh man, I'm gonna go with. Oh, c'est tough choice. It's tough choice.
You picking?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Samaritan.
Samaritan?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good one.
Give you a little rundown. Samaritan has a ambiguous, concealed sort of presentation. So often the face is covered, and through that too, gender isn't really presented. Samaritan is known to be a whisperer, and has the adjective description of abused urchin. So homeless, grew up on the streets, was pummeled by anyone who could get their hands on them just because Samaritan was weak and available. That's sort of what you know about Samaritan. So, now, I need you to roll a number 1 to 20, and you're going to answer a question.
3.
3?
3. Lucky number 3.
What wonderful thing did this character do that the whole city is talking about?
I feel like it's too easy to be like made ghost drugs.
Yes, well,
everybody's talking about it.
Already made ghost drugs. Do you want to put a positive spin on that? Yeah. Like this stuff is great. Like it's like medical drugs.
Not quite. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. What wonderful thing did this character do that the whole city is talking about?
No.
Or was
He
talking
saved
about
an old lady.
past tense.
They could have accidentally killed someone that was hated, and everyone's rejoicing over it.
Yeah, I was gonna say like everybody's kind of talking about that maybe. I don't know if this is like possible to like overdose or something.
You can overdose on drugs. It can kill you.
On like his drug, his new drug, that like maybe somebody like overdosed on it, but it was like a really unpopular person.
Well, the thing is
So-
that the drug isn't really out yet because we haven't really we
Oh,
just
okay,
started.
okay. That's
So-
fair. That's fair. Valid.
You could say that an earlier attempt at fabricating this wonder
Oh
drug.
yeah.
Test runs.
So yeah, in one of his early prototypes, he like tried it on somebody. He was like trying it on somebody to be like, try to make sure that the stuff works. It didn't and went sour. And instead of giving them ghostly experiences, turned them into a ghost by killing this person. But the person wasn't well liked, so everybody's kind of talking about it. Of like, oh hey, like he killed this guy, and like most people don't necessarily know if it was, like how. They just know that the person should have died, and that Samaritan is rumored to be responsible, and everybody's talking about how wonderful that is.
Could it have? Is there like? There's no TV's not a thing. In
No,
setting,
this
right?
is
Okay.
like
Is it
steampunk
radio.
Victorian England. So like, I mean,
Radio maybe.
radio, wiretapping. Those are probably
Yeah,
the most.
like somebody who is like important in the city,
technical.
but like unliked.
What about a bat like a hated like disc jockey for like the radio?
That's a good one.
Died
Like
on
a
air.
Yeah. Yeah.
One of them John Tesh types.
All right, so I have an earlier model of the fabricated ghost drugs, in quotes, was a bad batch and a hated radio personality overdosed while on air.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, next bill. Hey, we have, let's see, Samaritan, Seneschal, Shepherd, Lacey, Rain, Sunshine, and Shifty. Shifty. Very interesting. Okay. All right, so Shifty is a leech, presented as a man, masculine. Is adjective is a civil terrorist. Scoveland and fought in the Unification War. This is where I kind of crossed characters, yours and his, unfortunately. Definitely would have been an academic. Unfortunately, was pulled into the war and had to fight for freedom and obviously lost. But is also, as a civil terrorist, he's also very civil. Like he's very, very cultured and very
Moriarty.
Yeah, that's a really good way of looking at it, actually. Yeah. Not so much to the like planning, scheming side that like a spider would be,
The
but
front,
to the
personality. Yeah.
The power behind it is in the ability of putting together the bomb or the resources and whatever, as opposed to getting someone to do it in the plan. Okay, 1 to 20, please.
15.
15. Why are so many people in the city afraid of this character? I mean,
I'm gonna say, based on what you've already said, rumors beget rumors. So the already dangerous nature of this person has been exacerbated even further, to the point where people have made up grandiose fears about this person. Oftentimes, maybe making it difficult to operate in public.
so
People are
almost
always
like
running
wanted-
away from
wanted
you and
poster
closing
level.
their hut. Oh my God, they're coming, and they close
It's
their
him.
business.
Close it. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
So unless somebody is a little bit of a spine, they probably aren't gonna hang around in their wake.
So I put the stories of this unification fighter must be true. Destruction follows where they go. It's best to take cover.
Yeah.
Cool. Very nice. All right, Jake. Samaritan, Seneschal, Shepherd, Lacey, Rain.
Maybe can I change the word destruction to bad fortune?
Bad fortune?
Because it could be something psychological, not just physical.
Sure. Right. Samaritan, Seneschal, Shepherd, Lacey, Rain, Sunshine, or Shifty.
How's rain spelled?
Rain is spelled Rayne, but you do know it's supposed to be a play on like water falling from the sky.
Okay.
I'm just enjoying that's like, yes, then I will take it.
Yeah,
based on the spelling.
It is not spelt rain from the sky, but it was purposely chosen to be a play on that, but spelt in a different way.
Funny enough, I don't want it then.
Okay.
I will go with Lacey.
Lacey? Okay.
Yep.
Lacey is a hound, female woman. I don't have notes on adjectives here. Lacey is known to be a laborer in like for noble families, like not of any importance, but sort of like keeps a day job despite being a scoundrel, and also a bit of a family focused person. Okay. All right, a number 1 to 20, please.
17.
I normally wouldn't do it, but I'm going to.
Yes.
All right. Well, you'll find out why. What do you hope to learn about this character to manipulate them?
That's perfect, because I heard that she works at a noble house, and my first thought was, all right, an inn. Can you read me the wording on that again real quick?
One moment here. What do you hope to learn about this character to manipulate them?
And you said they're family orientated?
Yeah, she's got a grandma that she cares about. She has a cousin, or a friend of hers has a cousin that she thinks isn't being raised well. So she's like, no, you shouldn't stay with them. You should stay with me, and I can help you out. Like, she's that kind of person, you know.
Oh, you know
she's
that.
She's so good.
Manipulatable. Or caring, I guess.
I can look at more of the adjectives if you want. Where's my phone?
I definitely want to look into the family. Do I need to pick a specific family, or family member, or can I kind of be broad and be like?
Well, we'll start with broad, and I'll tell you if it fits.
I'm interested in like where they live. Just like I know I'm just gonna keep going with it. Yeah, like where they live, things that I can know about them.
Potential weaknesses of the family that you could
exploit in some
exploit,
way. Like,
yeah.
The grandmother is struggling to pay her rent. Oh, it'd be a shame if someone bought out the rights to the building and then became the landlord. Oh no, now her rent is in my hands.
Or like a family secret or something that you can be like,
So I just
use it as leverage.
I wrote, what more can I know about their family, and how can I exploit that?
Yep.
Okay. All right, and
I hope
Sean?
I didn't make an enemy just now.
Well, you don't have to act on it. It's just sort of something
true.
like somehow this tidbit of this person came up, and the thought came to your mind, like, oh,
But you see, though,
maybe I could do something on that.
Like
you never have to move on it.
like 3 months from now, after the YouTube recordings from this have blown up and we're super popular now, the player is going to hear about that because they'll hear the episode where it comes up and like,
well,
wait a
mean,
minute.
I am gonna share with you what other people who have already picked for you. So like I'm gonna share with Lacey's player this trait.
Oh,
I'm not going to say from who.
Okay.
I'm just going to say someone else has been poking around.
And if,
type of thing.
And if I get good enough, I can add some bleeps to the person you chose.
Redacted.
Yeah.
All right, Sean, it's your turn. Samaritan.
I choose Shepherd.
Shepherd. Okay. Any particular reason that name comes to mind?
Mainly the picture. I'm not gonna lie.
The fabulous mustache, isn't it?
Yeah,
Spruce mustache.
Yeah, I almost selected Shepherd for the same reason of I do love
And
a
it kinda-
fabulous mustache.
and he kind of looks like he's kind of like a either a military man or a fighter of sorts. So that would be something that I would be intrigued about.
It's very interesting. Okay, 1 to 20, please.
We got a 16.
What terrible loss did this character suffer?
Oof.
Oof. All right. Let's get the tidbits out of the way.
All right, the
About
tidbits. It's gonna be very interesting. Shepherd is a cutter. Is a man known to be a very athletic build dock worker, and you have not only seen around before, but have encountered in the pit fights.
Okay.
So you have gone rounds with this.
Terrible loss, you say?
Okay. So what terrible loss has befallen this gentleman?
Mustache. It didn't grow right at first. Puberty was hard.
He had one time where it just got burned off on one side.
Yeah.
It took ages to come back. No, I kid.
Yeah, so I want it to be actually like very similar to that. Through his, fights in the pits and stuff, we faced each other a number of times, and I've noticed that he has a very strong fondness for his mustache. And in one of the fights, I fed that information to somebody else, and they actually ripped off half of it.
Okay.
And when it was growing back, now it's not, because it was only one half, like it just doesn't look right.
It never grew back the same.
I'm not gonna say that it necessarily never grew back the same, but it's something he takes pride in, and he had to shave off the other side in order to grow it back in.
Right. So he had a baby face for a while.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say he's scarred from it.
Yeah.
Maybe there could be a little bit of scarring, but it's hidden by the mustache now that it's
What about something like that?
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he has the mustache.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's adjust the story a little bit. Maybe not the mustache was ripped off.
Right. Maybe the mustache is hiding a wound that he suffered in the fighting pits, that he is very touchy about.
I like that. That's cool. All right, let me write some notes on that.
When you first said that that it grew back normal, I just thought of the scene from Men in Black when they shoot that guy's head and
his head comes back.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm not going to taste anything for a week.
Like a balloon.
Oh, I enjoy the dynamicness of all these interactions.
You like these questions, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're awesome. So I wrote, got a scar to his upper lip from a pit fight gone bad. That's why he now sports the spruce mustache. Yes.
All
right, so now.
Guess who's not allowed to shave?
So some of you may have had some questions already answered in a similar way about you. Sister Waxing, a question was posed to another character about you. The question was, what do you hope to learn about this character to manipulate them?
Oh God.
And
I'm
the
gonna have to
answer,
cut someone.
That's awesome.
the answer was heritage, background. How are they useful to me? So this person, it kind of wants the dossier right up on you.
Oh, well, I'm
Like they
really
went
feel
very
bad.
broad. Okay,
Well, I mean, I guess I don't feel bad anymore.
Nope.
Butcher,
was
you
lazy.
had a question posed, and it was, what bad thing have you heard about this character that you can't believe is true? So someone heard something about you that they just can't believe is true. The answer was right before he enters a pit fight, he dopes up on rage vials. But he wouldn't need that stuff, he's too huge. So you may or may not have a drug habit, friend.
Okay.
And that might
Okay.
be something that I
Juicing. Nice.
might drop in.
Droids.
Okay.
So, let me see. Did anyone else know something about that?
Great.
Nope. And the rest of you got free.
Oh, really?
So, yep, that was
Cool.
it. Because it's
Wow.
all the other characters. So those two happen to be picked. Now that doesn't mean in the next group that something might be
Asked
presented
about
to
you.
you.
Yeah.
Oh, we're not the last group. Okay, so we might
No,
find
you're not.
something later.
Nope.
Gotcha.
So they're
Yeah, we're the second group.
Yes.
Currently 3 of max 4.
Yeah, you're the you. Oh no, you're not. You're three. You're 3 of 4 groups that could play, and you have 1 open chair at your table for 1 other player. All right. Before we get into the next part of it, I do want to let you know that some ideas have been tossed around in some of the other crews about they liked how I have sent things out, and some of the other players are like, "Well, can we send things out too?" I'm like, well, if you want to get a in-game pen pal with another player, you need to okay that with them. But that's something that's being tossed around in some of the other crews, and the idea followed with it about potential letter voice narration. So they would mail you a letter in game, and then when you've confirmed to have received it, they would then put up a recording of them reading the letter aloud, like like in a movie, you're reading the letter, but you're hearing it. So you would have a physical letter to read while playing this audio of their character reciting it. Or audio journals where like you've kept a record, the same way, and kind of have it be like scratchy sounding, like it's on a phonograph. So I'm just putting that out there as something that other players have been talking about, of either keeping journals or actually writing letters to other players and getting a little more of that cross-party dynamic, if you will.
Gotcha.
So what do you guys think of that? Does that sound fun?
I already sent Ben our address.
Oh, excellent. So yeah, if you guys want to share those details with anyone else, because like I want the reputations to kind of spread. You're going to kind of know about the other people, and that's why we've asked these questions. Before we jump into the actual story, I'm going to give everyone a moment to use the bathroom or get a drink of water or anything like that, and then we're going to get into it. All right?
All right.
All
sounds
Refill my
good.
tea.
Good call.
Thanks.
Bio.
Sean, you there?
Yeah.
Can you? Did you just? Are you viewing my stream here?
Yes.
Can you hear the music?
Yes, I can.
Is that at an appropriate level?
Yeah, it's just enough where, like, you know, it could possibly be a little bit louder. Actually, now that it's getting to like the actual music, it's good there.
Yeah, I had to, it's something I'm playing with because like I don't know how you're hearing it, you know. So
Right.
Very soft, in fact.
Bill, can you hear that?
Yeah, it's just very soft.
It's soft. Don't make it too much louder. I don't want it overpowering on my end either. Alright.
No, it's like in the back. Like if we're talking, it's not there, and then when it's quiet, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
It's
just trying to
still
have
very
some
faint,
sound,
but yeah,
kind of like give you a little ambiance, you know.
I like it.
Gotcha. It is kind of creepy music, though.
I use this as sort of my core loading music for every game that I run.
Gotcha.
I think it's ambiguous enough to fit any story, you know. Everyone got their character sheets handy?
Yep.
Oh yeah. Da. Everyone got their character sheets handy?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
So, for the thing that was revealed about me, was it very specific in the fact of like it was specifically like a dose of steroids?
So there is an actual item in the game called a rage vial drug, and
Okay.
I believe it's on the cutters list actually. As like equipment that is unique to them.
Yep.
I mean, it exists in the world.
Rage essence vial.
Oh yeah, that's it. And it basically juices you up like Bane from Batman kind of thing, you know?
Cool. All right.
So it's been rumored that you dose before you fight. But it was also false because the question was, what have you heard that you can't believe is true? So
Right.
this person answered, you know, oh, I heard that they do steroids, but why would they need to? Look at how huge they are. Like, you know.
Yeah.
So is it true? Maybe, maybe not. We'll have to find out.
Because I was playing with it like in my mind of yeah, I might take a bump before I go into battle.
Yeah. You need to get some, but yeah.
That's true.
Let me review everyone's gear here. Let's see. So we have Helena is looking for a fine spirit mask. Bill is looking for a spirit bane charm. Jake is looking for fine lockpicks. And Sean is looking for a scary axe.
Scary.
Yeah, like a butcher.
A scary butcher's knife.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I see.
So,
you,
like-
you just want like a cleaver.
Oh
Yeah. There's
Yeah.
like, so on each of your character sheets there's a section that's like generic gear, and then there's a section that's like specific to your class. And standard rules you have all that stuff, but I'm going with a variant of like poor beginnings, and you know, you're starting in prison, so you don't have weapons and stuff. You have to build up. Plus, it gives you something to kind of strive to in future game sessions. So in this event, you're gonna get the item that you all named. I'm gonna work that into the story somewhere. And for the cutters, one of the things they have access to is scary weapon or tool.
Scary
which,
weapon or tool.
yeah, so it's something that like, for the purposes of intimidating, if you brandish this thing, like it's better. It's better. You get bonuses. Yeah.
Can you really quickly remind me of what the Fine Spirit Mask does?
Yeah, that's probably the most essential thing for a whisper to have. So
nice.
Anything that has the adjective fine put in front of it means it's one tier up. So
Fine.
you might encounter something like, let's say you're going to go pick a lock, right? And I determined that the tier of the gang that you're trying to infiltrate their base is tier 3, right? You guys are currently tier 0. So you go to pick the lock and I go, you can't pick it because your equipment doesn't meet the tier, right? If something is fine, it's considered one level higher. So your tier is sort of a very broad spectrum of a lot of things, including how well your gear is. So at tier 0, anything that's fine would be actually tier 1. And if you were tier 4 and it was fine, it would be tier 5. That type of thing.
Gotcha.
So a spirit mask, though, excuse me, specifically helps you defend against possession and also lets you better interact in attune ability with the spirit world and like talk to spirits and see things that other people can't see. So anyone can make an attune check, but having a spirit mask sort of channels that energy a bit better. It's sort of like a wizard can cast fireball, but if I have a wand of fireball, it's easier, like that type of thing.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah, like basically it's I know like when you go to do an action, you determine sort of like the context around it, and basically the spirit mask makes it so that if you're doing an attune, your context for it is slightly more in my favor.
Yes.
So that it's a little bit easier.
Yeah, because and we'll go over the rules and everything. It's position and effect, and having something like that, it's like, oh well, okay, I'll take that into account. Let me see. Oh, that's Spider. Here's Whisper. The page here. So Fine Spirit Mask, it says, an arcane item that allows the trained user to see supernatural energies in great detail. Also affords some measure of protection against ghostly possession. Each spirit mask is unique, and then it asks, like, what does yours look like? What makes it strange and disturbing to look, to view, like to behold? Those types of things.
It looks exactly like my face, but it's clearly a mask on top of my face.
It's the purple lines and everything. Jake, are you with us, pal?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. I didn't know if you were back. I heard everyone else's voice. Okay, so the first scene is going to be us going through a tutorial. How late can everyone stay up?
I'm West Coast bound, so
Yeah.
I'm basically all free. It's only 6:45 for me, so.
My intention is to not keep you any later than I previously promised, but I want to, see how late everyone's cool with hanging out tonight.
I'm good with whatever. I don't have really
Yeah,
anything to do tomorrow.
I don't need to do anything tomorrow.
Okay, Bill?
Should be fine.
Okay, all right, so that is good. So the first scene, I'm going to kind of run a little bit more as like a tutorial and kind of let it linger out and let you guys kind of feel the rules out a bit. And then after that, it's going to become a little bit more snappy, like more at a regular pace that the normal game should flow at, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. Yep.
Okay. So yeah, the one rule that I do want to kind of review for you all is that when you make a check, the first thing you do is you tell me what the goal of what you're trying to do is. So it's not like, oh, I attacked the guy. It's I want to knock him out, or I want to kill him, or I want to climb the wall. Well, what's your goal? I want to get to the top of the wall, right? So you state what the goal is. The second thing is that you state the action rating that you're going to use, and those are your stats: your attune, command, prowl, hunt, sway, tinker. That's sort of the means in which you do it, and you can add a little narration into that. I'm going to climb the wall with finesse because I'm going to use my, good hand maneuvering to grip the wall well and climb up, or whatever it might be. Mm-hmm. Those are the two things you do. The two things I do from there is I set the position, which is sort of the risk involved. If you fail, by what degree will you fail? and the effect, which is if you succeed, by what degree do you succeed. And I use the information you gave me and the environment of the narration of the fiction, as I like to say, to make that determination. After that, you then roll the dice. Sound good?
Sounds good.
good.
Okay,
Yeah,
so that's the main thing that you're going to look at. Okay? All right. Let me... Okay. So, about a week or so ago, you each received a letter, whether it was found under your straw pillow in your cell, it was passed off to you from another inmate, or maybe delivered directly to you by a guard. And you should have all received that letter in real life. It contained a plan suggesting a means of escape from Ironhook Prison. Also, a card detailing some personal information about you, and a little limerick about how someone's been watching you, and they're going to give you a chance to prove yourself, and to do so, escape from Ironhook Prison. And again, that plan has kind of been presented on that parchment that was also included. Particularly, it noted that when you receive a set of blades, a blade or two, which is an item that you're all about to receive here, that will be the cue that the prison break plan is about to commence. So each of you are in your own cell. You're all in the same cell block. Okay? And you hear someone coming down the hall late at the night. I mean, it's nighttime all the time because this is the world that we live in. But footsteps approach, coming your way.
Okay.
The person stops. They toss something into your cell. It clangs to your feet. It's a little wrapped up cloth package and unfurls itself as it hits the ground and rolls, and a blade or two spills out. You now know that tonight is the night. You pick up the blade and you ready yourself. You wait for what seems like an eternity. Waiting and waiting. When's it going to happen? It's going to happen sometime soon. It's happening tonight, isn't it? And suddenly, you hear a cell door opened. And then, you hear another. After that, another, and another. And your cell door opens. And another one opens. Eventually, you know that a riot is on hand. And that all the other prisoners in your block are running out into the catwalks before you and crowding the guards that are running to put everyone back in their cells. Now, before any of you can get out, one of you is chained up. Who's that going to be?
I feel like Butcher would be chained up because of his
harder to control.
Harder to control nature.
If I may suggest,
I was gonna say I'm.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say by virtue of being in sort of a straitjacket that has kind of built into it the ability to be suspended, where there's hook points on the back of the jacket to be clipped into ones, and ribbons on the pants that can be clipped to the wall to just be suspended in air.
I think that's both rather fitting, and if you'd like, we can have you both be tied up. That sounds like a great idea. What do the rest of you think?
I'm gonna stop talking before all four of us are tied up.
It makes sense. I mean,
Okay.
to be completely honest.
I mean, if
Let's
we got
go
a
with
free one, why not free two? Like,
Yeah.
It fits the narration. You guys can all hear the sort of like fighting sound in the background, the shouting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Again, I can't hear what you hear specifically. Like I hear it on my end. I'm not sure what you hear.
It is
All right.
coming through.
So, with that, I'm going to look to let's see, Sister Gibbous and Sister Waxing. You two both have recovered your weapons, if you so choose there to be two. There's pandemonium in the catwalks outside your cell and across and all through the block, and you know now's the time to move. Who wants to do what?
oh, we need to get our other sisters here.
Yeah. Should we split up?
Remember, you're not in the same cell. You're in your own cells.
If are ourselves far apart?
Well, let's take stock of that. So I'm gonna say that actually, why don't the two of you both roll a die for me? Roll a d6. Let's see what happens.
A 1.
A 6.
A 1 and a 6. Okay. So I'm gonna say that Jake, you got the 1, right?
Correct.
All right. So this is gonna be like a 3-story ward, right? So there are 3 levels. And Sister Waxing, Jake, you'll be on the ground floor, the bottom floor, not necessarily the ground floor, but you're on the lowermost floor. And Bill, your character, Sister Gibbous, will be on the top. And you both know that the other 2 are in the middle, but they're on opposite sides. So if you imagine like, a catwalk on either side, it's like a long hallway, and the middle is all open air, and there are walkways that go across and stairs that go up and down. So Jake, you're on the first floor. Bill, you're on the 3rd floor, and your 2 other friends are on the middle floor, but they're not on the same wall. They're on opposite walls.
Are we in the middle then? Both of us are kind of in the middle?
No. So imagine 2 walls, right? So
So
there's a left wall with cells all the way down it and a catwalk in front of it, and there's a right wall all the way down. So you're looking down this hallway, right? It's just this big 3-story open area, and there's a path on the left side and a path on the right side, and there's catwalks in between that connect the 2.
Okay, so a little bit smaller. No, my question was for size. So like if there's a far left and a far right, are we kind of
No, the middle is just open air. It's
no.
just
I meant like
right
the middle of
the other middle.
one wall. So if one's far left and one's far right, are we somewhat in the middle?
That's not so much relevant.
Necessary.
You're like all kind of in line with one another.
Okay.
It's just that there's like a left wall and a right wall.
There's a chasm between wall 1 and wall 2.
Yes, with catwalks that would connect them in between.
In relation to us, where are the closest stairs that go up?
They would be to either end of the. They're on the ends.
Okay.
So there's a catwalk down the middle, like connecting through the middle, and the stairs are on either end of the hall.
All right. I'm going to have a plan, and my idea is to go down to floor 2, but I'm thinking it might be fun for us to either run into each other or not by rolling a d4, and even says we meet up on the same side, and odd means we're on opposite sides. Thoughts?
I'm down with that. I'm down with that.
Sure, just for the randomness of it, if you want, that's fine.
Yeah. Would you do us the honor, Pat? Or do you need me to roll?
Hold on. Yeah, I can. I've got a little.
Oh my god.
Thingy here. Maybe.
The gamble has begun.
Yes.
In the chaos, do we turn left? Do we turn right? Or do we both go the same way?
Does not roll for me. Why don't you just roll for me, Bill? It's fine.
Odd, we meet up, even we don't. Odd, we meet up.
Okay.
Got a 3.
So the two of you both step out into the flow and of the prisoners running back and forth, and you both break for a set of stairs. You happen to both go up and down the same set of stairs, meeting in the middle.
Landing.
But you can see that at this point, getting through the crowd might not be so easy, and you might be taken awash with them in any given direction. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you lucked out at this point.
Interesting.
All right.
Okay.
So
Does that also
I'm
block
gonna leave that there for a moment.
Okay.
And I'm going to go to our 2 chained up people. Sean, you went last a lot of the time through our character creation type stuff, so I'm going to let you go first. So you are shackled to the wall, hands and feet.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do? There's a knife on the ground there in front of you, but you can't get to it.
I mean, with the door opening, and obviously realizing, if I made any enemies in this prison, then I would be in a very vulnerable position.
They could come in, pick up that knife, and gut you.
Yeah, so he would probably attempt to try and break the chains from the wall.
Okay, so you want to break the chains?
Kind of not been trying, but Yeah, he would probably attempt to break the chains from the wall.
Okay. And how do you want to go about doing that?
I would say, because in my when I was thinking of it, skirmish is more for like fighting.
Yes.
So I would say I would probably use wreck.
Yes, wreck would be the skill that I would recommend here. May I make another suggestion though?
Yes.
I see in your character sheet you have not to be trifled with.
Mm-hmm.
And in that it says you can perform a feat of physical force that verges on superhuman.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want, you could push yourself and activate this power, and instead of making a check, we could just narrate you tearing yourself from the chains.
I gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'll definitely do that. I didn't necessarily want to pull that out of the hat that quickly, but
you don't want to. If you want to try to like muscle your way out and make the check, by all means you can. But
I am perfectly fine with doing it that way.
Okay, very good. All right, so when you push yourself, that's 2 stress.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So mark two ticks of your stress out.
Mm-hmm.
Quick question while we're on the topic: if he
Yeah.
tried to roll and was unsuccessful, could he then push himself?
No, you have to push yourself So pushing yourself is an action that anyone can take, I should say, can add to what you're doing, but you do that before you roll the dice.
So it's either or.
Yeah. So he could have said, "I want to try to pull, destroy the chains from the wall and set myself free. I'm going to use wreck to do that because I'm just gonna, overpower them and tear them off the wall." Mm-hmm. And I was like, "Okay, that sounds like good narration to me." Now he could also say, "In doing so, I'm going to push myself," which is something any of you can say during any of your checks. And when you push yourself, you can either add an additional die to your roll, or you can increase the effect level by 1. So when I set the position and the effect, if I said, "Oh, that's limited," because pulling yourself from the wall with chains and cement's crazy, it's like, "Oh, I'm going to push myself. I'm going to make it standard." Or you can take an action when you're incapacitated, which no one is in that state yet. With his special power that he has, he can push himself and gain this narration that he does. And if a check would also need to be followed, he would also get the benefit of pushing himself because he is doing that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. So you just and the black veins in your arms just start to pulse and surge, and your muscles swell. You just and rip the chains from the wall and tear the shackles from your wrists and your ankles, and you're set free. And you pick up the knife and you go to the door and look out, and you see 2 of your friends down the way at the stairs. With that, I'm going to jump over to Sister Crescent, Helena. So you are literally suspended in the middle of this room. Like a spider caught you and just wrapped you up and put you here. Your feet aren't even touching the floor. And there's a knife or 2 on the ground in front of you, and your cell door is open. Just like Jake said, there might be someone who's not happy to see you, but they might be happy to find you in this state. So what do you do?
So I'm gonna free myself from my suspension and get to the floor by accessing the ghost field and through the divine providence of
Umbral?
Her
The great
greatness.
Her greatness.
her lunar greatness.
Okay.
So
All right.
kind of like turn the ribbons and stuff into almost like tentacle like things that I can
More
control
ethereal, kind of.
Yeah, and I can kind of control them and release myself to land.
So you're going with a tune?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. So for the position, I'm gonna say that's desperate because you're trying to do something that isn't necessarily the easiest to do, and the whole point of the suspension rig is to kind of like keep you from being able to work your crazy magics. But the effect I'm gonna say is standard. So that you guys know, position is either controlled, risky, which risky is sort of the middle, or desperate. And then for effect, it's either great, standard, or limited. So most things are risky and standard is kind of like the baseline.
Gotcha.
Right. So now, Helena, though, anytime you make a desperate roll, you get a tick of XP in the area in which you're doing it. So if you look over where Attune is under Resolve, see that there? You're going to get to shade in one of those little hash flags there, bookmark type looking things.
Yeah.
You're going to get an XP for that right away.
How does the training thing impact that at all, or is
no? That would be if it during
completely
downtime. If you spend downtime to train in that, then you'd get more.
Cool.
All right. So so you have what, 2 dots on Attune?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be 2 dice unless you're going to do anything like push yourself or anything, or someone's helping you somehow to add to this. I don't necessarily see anyone being able to help you in the narration, but you could maybe set yourself up with a flashback if you want to get another die, or you could take a devil's bargain. Which is where you'd get another die, but I also immediately say, like, regardless of the results of this bad thing happens.
Yeah, and flashbacks are 1 stress or something?
Flashback would be, depending on the nature of the flashback, could be a range of stress. You know, I could look at, like, whatever your story is and be like, oh, that's not too bad, that's 1 stress. Or it could be like, that's pretty extensive, that's gonna be 2 stress, or you know, what have you. So it can kind of range. It depends on like what you're trying to pull off. Or you could just roll the 2 dice and like we could see what happens.
Yeah. So if I flashback,
I'm just trying to make you aware.
Yeah. So if I was to use a flashback, though, I would gain an extra die, basically.
Yeah, that would be the nature of what this is. So you pay like 0, 1, or 2 stress to do something. Usually, flashbacks aren't necessarily about giving you more dice. It's more about setting up the narration in your favor, which I might apply in the way of like you getting another die, or maybe changing the position, or something like that. So like. You know, you can get like some benefit of some kind as per your determination. Yeah, it's usually meant to fit the narration more. Yeah. All right. I think so. I'm using my attune powers, given to me by by Her Grace, and I think I'm gonna flash back to the many hours I've spent in the cell, and like. Not just in the cell, but like being visited by like guards who have to like come and like feed you and stuff, and say that I spent some time kind of working on a new guard who's like unfamiliar to the prison, and kind of swaying him over to the mentality of our cult, so that he has a sort of like beneficial view of me, I guess is a word for that. I can't think of it. Maybe like he's taken pity on you. Yeah, and has like been sort of subtly convinced to loosen the restraints so that they're more easily undone. Like all the hooks and stuff are like slightly off or whatnot. So I'm okay with that. But then if you do that, I feel that doesn't quite fit so much into the narration of using attune. So that would make me want to change some position and effect type things, because we were going more supernatural and now we're going more mundane.
I was just saying, like to set it up so that when I use my supernatural powers to release myself, it's a little bit easier to undo them, because he just like left them a little bit more like open, or like didn't hook up all of them.
Okay. All right. So what will?
I suppose alternatively, I could say. I suppose alternatively, if I want to make it more narratively attuney, I'll say that instead I've spent many hours alone in my cell communing with Umbral to help kind of build up a power and connection to the ghost field.
I like that. Yeah, I think that fits what you're doing here. All right, so we'll say that's one stress to do.
Right.
So you can mark one stress, but then what I'll do is I'm going to change it from a desperate to a risky thing. So you'll lose that 1 XP, but the consequences won't necessarily be quite so bad if you fail.
Yeah.
All right, so 2 dice.
Mm-hmm.
Roll them and tell me what you get. You're going to take the highest of what you roll.
I got double 6s.
Oh, that's a crit.
Woo!
Okay. Excellent. So it has increased effect. So despite all the shouting and rowing around in the prison block, you find your center and sort of push all of it out of mind for the moment, and you get clarity where you speak to Umbral, and there's no response, but you just hear almost like a bit of a chime building up in your head, and you feel yourself almost sag in the cocoon that they've put you in as you kind of slip and drop, and slowly the balls of your feet touch the floor and your heels come down, and as you reopen your eyes again and the whispers fade out of your head and the fighting comes back, you see all the ribbons around you floating ethereally, and then all of a sudden they all just drop flat to gravity and become material again, and you're free. Okay. From that, you can pick up your blade or two, and you look out, and you see across the hall, or across the opening in the hallway, you see Butcher on the other side, and the two of you make eye contact, and he kind of jerks his head down, and you see your other two comrades coming up the stairway to your level. So all 4 of you are on the same level now. So I'm going to cut back to the first 2 gentlemen here. You're on the stairs, and you can see that the way that the crowd is going, it's going clockwise around sort of the flow of people. So if you step out into it, you're going to be pushed towards Sister Crescent, and you'd have to fight your way through the crowd to get to Butcher. What do you do? That's to Jake and Bill.
So
Yeah. What direction is like the way out of these cell blocks? Like in relation to where we are,
You would have to go down to the level that you were previously on, and all the way to the end of the hall.
So you escape.
So you could go all the way to the end of the hall and then down if you wanted, but the exit is 1 level down, which there are stairs here and there are stairs down there.
And it's at the opposite end that we're from.
Yes.
Right now.
There
We can
also
all
seems
make
to be a lot of guards over there.
For now. What about ways to other cell blocks?
That that would lead you into a hallway.
That's the only way. Okay.
I mean, maybe you could find another one. Maybe make some sort of check to discover something.
Can I do a looky-loo? I mean, let's see.
Yeah. So you wanna discover another sort of doorway out of here, right?
Yeah, like maybe there's some side offices or something that like go to other guard quarters, can go to other wards.
All right, and then
If we're riding, everyone's riding.
What type of check would you like to make to do that?
That's
I'd like to do survey, right?
I would survey and study the first 2 that
can I
kind of
suggest that?
Yeah, no, like we can work together. We're here telling a story together. So
I'll bring that up to Sister Gibbous.
Well, I'll also want to try to stow my knife in a non-obvious way, so people don't think I'm running around with a knife.
Ooh, good call. Good call.
I mean, you're wearing like a burlap sack, but sure, you know.
Yeah,
So-
just even if
put
it
it
if
in
it
the
comes down to a
burlap sack.
sleight of hand thing or something. Yeah.
Yeah, like if it matters, we can make a check for that. But I'm not gonna be like, yeah, you
Stuff
have to
it in
hold the
your
knife
sock.
straight out in your hand, you know.
Stuff it in your sock. We might have
Yeah,
socks.
yeah.
There you
Other
go.
prisoners like,
Take
oh, you got a
small
shiv,
one,
nice.
stuff it in the-
Yeah.
That's what you've been given. You've been given like, you know, a shiver. Where?
It's a nice looking shiv.
Yes.
So
It's
like-
clearly not a shiv that someone just like made in the prison. It's been like brought in from outside.
this is
Yeah,
an
but
outside
it's-
shiv.
It's an outside shiv.
It's an
it's
It's still
outside
probably
shiv.
not like the
Not an
best
inside.
piece of equipment. It is a tier 0 knife.
It's
made
not
out
just
of
a sharpened toothbrush, it's an
No, it's
actual
a-
knife.
It's a cafeteria tray. Thank you very much.
No. If he calls it a level 0, I just think of like that little kid toy where you can stab someone and the blade goes in the hilt.
It goes in. It's got a spring
Yeah.
on it.
This one's just stuck. It's just stuck always out, so it
Yeah.
always stabs.
You get it. She said.
I'm assuming you've
So
seen, I'm assuming you've seen Outlander. It's that tiny knife that they give to,
Yes.
to Claire.
Mm-hmm.
That tiny one.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like good in a pinch.
So we've got. Wait, are we just on level 2?
I'm-
We're on level 2.
You're
Yeah.
both on level 2, or you're all on level 2 now.
We're all, yeah.
Okay,
Or-
so
Butcher's
so
across the
she's
chasm
come
from
up,
us.
he's come out. She's
Well,
come
she-
out.
technically-
they both
both
came out
came-
of their cells.
Right,
and
and it's
you
3 of
went
us on
down.
one side and Butcher on the other.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I'm on the side with you guys, and then Crescent is on the other side.
Well, like they're at the head of the hallway, if you will. So if this whole room is a rectangle, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're
The
making
two of
an
them-
L form, and we're the 90-degree angle.
Right. The two of them are in the short part of the rectangle,
Mm-hmm.
and the two of you are on the middle of the long part of the rectangle, but on opposite sides.
Yeah,
Right.
And then the exit, the obvious exit, is on the far side, short end of the rectangle, from where those two are on the stairs. And there's a lot of guards over there because they're trying to contain people from getting out. So just reading here, study is you scrutinize details and interpret evidence, and survey is you observe the situation and anticipate outcomes. I could see one just as good as the other here.
Well,
So we can go with survey. I think might be.
well, I'm gonna use study for my first because I want to then later use survey in a way to maybe based on the how you just described it. I want to go study first.
So before you start making those rolls, though, Bill, I want you to realize that it's not like D&D where if you fail, you just don't.
No,
get the
no, no, no,
information.
no. I'm thinking it more like if I'm gonna study, I'm gonna study our surroundings and see what our information's gonna be. Survey is I'm gonna survey the lay of the land, how the crowd's moving, how the guards are interacting, and then maybe make a decision based on that for that.
Okay, if that's how you want to play, I just want to make
Is
sure you
is
don't
that
think
how
my-
those two traits may be kind of? Am I?
they
understanding that?
overlap. The traits overlap purposefully,
Yeah. yeah.
but they're not all exactly the same.
Mhm.
So, all right. So we're starting with study. Yes,
Yeah.
you said. Okay. Let me see. You've got what?
I
Two
mean,
dots
for
in
me,
that?
it doesn't matter. They're both 2s, but like
Okay.
you said, the way you described it narratively, that's how my brain was playing with them.
Yeah, there are more details. If you want more than just the sentence, I can give you a little bit more.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, it sounds like depending on how you describe what you're doing, it could overlap. But yeah.
Right. So, study says you scrutinize details and interpret evidence. You might gather information from documents, newspapers, and books. You might do research on an esoteric topic. You might closely analyze a person to detect lies or true feelings. You could try to examine events to understand a pressing situation, but survey might work better. Survey is you observe the situation and anticipate outcomes. You might spot telltale signs of trouble before it happens. You might uncover opportunities or weakness. You might detect a person's motivations or intentions. You could try to spot a good ambush point, but hunt might be better. So that's what the right.
Gotcha. I'm gonna survey both situations. I'm surveying.
Right. So your goal with this is what? What's your goal here?
The ultimate goal is to try to see if I can see a way up,
An alternative
over,
event.
across, for us to be able to maybe convene as a set of 4. in a way that doesn't get us right in the hands of the guards.
All right, you're trying to find a safe place for you guys to meet up.
Yeah.
Okay, and through what means are you going to do that? Survey.
Kind of lean over a little so I can see up and down.
Okay.
Get the lay of the land.
Take a lay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, and you don't need to push yourself or anything here, but I'm just trying to make sure you are aware of your options. Do you want to push yourself to get an extra die or to increase effect or anything like that?
I kind of like the idea of doing it in the sense that everybody else has because of the stress of the situation, of the fact that we're in the middle of a breakout. I would say yes, for the sake of narrative.
Okay, so it's 2 stress to push yourself, and that can either give you an additional die, or you can increase the effect level. So right now, I'm going to say that the position is risky, which is the middle, and the effect is standard, which is the middle.
So if I were to interpret that, I'd say I have a 50-50 chance with my current skill and dice amount?
No, so basically position and effect are the outcomes of if you fail by what level and if you succeed by what level. Your chances are always 50-50 because on a 1 to 3, you fail to do the thing. On a 4 to 5, you succeed to do the thing, but also something bad happens with it. It's a partial success. And on a 6, you succeed without a negative consequence. If you roll 2 6s, you crit.
I like the way the rules reference in one of the PDFs phrases it. It's 1 to 3, you falter. 4 to 5, you hesitate. 6 is you do it.
Yeah.
So the fact that I have a 2 in survey
means you're rolling 2 dice.
Automatically.
And looking for a 6.
Right.
Gotcha.
Or then 4 or 5 if you know.
Yeah, and you're going to take the highest number that you roll out of all of them, with the exception of because you're rolling more than 1 die, you can crit. You can't crit if you have 0 in something, you roll 2 dice and take the worst, and you can't crit. If you have 1 die, you're rolling a single die, and you can't crit. If you're rolling 2 or more dice, and you get 2 or more 6s, you crit.
Okay, so right now I have 2 die, and if I push myself, I'll have 3?
Yes, if you choose to take an additional die through pushing yourself.
Okay.
Or you can increase the effectiveness of the result.
Right.
So, like,
I
you
will
can either
do
go
that.
from a
2 dice,
standard
but then
effect to a...
Yeah, because
your
I already
effect
have
would
2.
be great instead of standard.
Yeah, because I have 2, I'm going to do that.
You're going to increase the effect?
Increase the effect.
Okay, so you're going to roll 2 dice
We got 1
in a
6,
risky position,
and we
and
have a
you're going to
4.
get... Okay, 4 is your highest roll?
No, I got a 6 and a 4.
All right, so we take the 6. That's the thing. So you.
But you said if I got 2 6s, something even better happened. So I should roll a
yes,
second
if you got
time?
a 6 and a 6, then you crit.
Gotcha. 6 and 4, take the 6.
Okay. So like in the case here for risky, 1 to 3 you suffer a complication. On a 4 to 5 you do it, but you suffer a complication. On a 6 you do it, and on a crit you have increased effect. So if it was standard, it'd be great. If it graded.
So instead of pushing myself, but because I pushed myself, it's like I critted, and I got that 6.
Yeah, pretty much, because you've succeeded in a great success.
Yeah.
All right, so here, those sister names, sister.
Sister.
Yeah.
Sister.
Sister Waxing kind of nudges Sister Gibbous and sort of like, hey, what do we do here? And you lean out and look around and up and down and take it all in, and sort of a montage of math and angles and the movements of everything around you plays through your head. And you note that there's a walkway, on this level that's pretty much in the middle of everything, that's near where the other 2 are, where there's a set of guards holding off one side of it, and a set of prisoners fighting on the other. So if you can get by either of those mobs, and you could get onto this crosswalk in the middle, if they don't notice you, there's nothing going on there. But they also could swarm you potentially too, but don't give them a reason to, and they wouldn't.
I like that.
Yeah, and I think for the sake of
it's a suspension between the two rail, for the left side of the hall and the right side of the hall.
Yeah, and for the sake of our situation, I think not guards would less likely interfere in that sense. Like, we're not up in their biz, so to say.
Yeah, I mean, one hallway has like a group of prisoners who are all beating somebody up, kicking someone on the ground, and the other side of the hall of that catwalk that connects the two sides has a group of guards on it trying to keep people from crossing over, but they're not looking behind them; they're looking out into the sides.
Right.
So if you can get onto that catwalk, it looks like no one would bug you, but I mean, at any moment that could change. This place is chaos.
I think the guard side is best, and worst case, if they start to come to us, we work to gain their favor, as we are also in this process of breakout, and give them some ideas to escape with us.
Okay. So the two of you wanna head off to the prisoner side, if you will?
Yeah. Is there a way that
yeah,
prowling would gain us a lack of noticing?
Yes, prowl would be good. In this case, that would be going with the flow of traffic. So if you step out and you just go along for the ride, you can head towards that area, which also heads towards Crescent.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. So Crescent's on the other side.
And then
Crescent's on the guard, or on the prisoner side. Butcher's on the guard side.
Gotcha. Because we got to bring one of them with us across.
Yep. All right.
So you head off that way?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the two of you sort of nod in agreement and step off and move with the flow of traffic. So from there, I'm going to cut back to Sister Crescent then. So Helena, you see two of your friends seemingly discussing something and sort of making a plan. They nod in affirmation, and they step out and they're heading your way. Just before they would get to you is a catwalk that goes over towards where Butcher is. But there's a group of prisoners there that are in your way, and they're all standing over someone, pummeling them, kicking, stomping this person. What do you do?
Sorry, can you quickly review that real quick?
Yeah, so you from your cell, you can see Waxing and Gibbous are coming towards you. They're following sort of the flow of traffic towards you, right? They're to your right. Okay. Just before your cell, there is to your right side. There's a group of prisoners that are all beating somebody up, and they're sort of bottlenecking a catwalk that would go across to where you see Butcher. So you've got two friends that are coming down towards you that are gonna hit this crowd, this mob, right?
Yeah.
But also, in order just to not only get to them, but to get to sort of what looks like a safe place where there's this catwalk that doesn't have anyone on it, you would also have to get through this mob. So you're on one side of this mob, your friends are on the other, and then the other T angle of it goes to an open catwalk that heads towards Butcher that isn't occupied by anyone. It seems fairly safe at the moment. So ideally, you go to the right, and you need to get through this mob of people who are beating someone up on the ground.
Can I see an abandoned cell block on the others kind of like side of the catwalk?
There's pretty much no one in any of their cells right now. Everyone is out and running around. So you can very easily look over and see an empty cell with an open door, because all the doors have opened up.
Yeah. Okay. And we have this problem of these dudes. My dudes.
So your friends who are coming towards you are going to have to get through them to get to you, or you would have to get through them to get to them. And if you want to get to that relatively safe space, all three of you are going to have to get through this group anyway, along with Butcher could meet you from the other side.
Yeah.
So getting through this group seems like the keen objective here.
Yeah, so, with the goal of kind of trying to force them to make space for us, I would like to try to use, like, command and use, like, a force of my charismatic presence and kind of leaning into the fact that I know that I kind of rub people the wrong way, kind of using that subterfuge crazy to
crazy person coming through, get out of my way, kind of thing, right?
like to try to like be like I know how I look, and I know what people generally know about me, so like I try to use that to my advantage to command them to make space for my sisters and I.
Right, so this isn't just for you. You're trying to basically disperse the whole. You're trying to get them to all back out.
Not necessarily back out, but just like make enough space that we can like get through.
Hey,
but this
scooch
isn't
over.
going to be not just for you, but for all three of you.
Would I need to do that, or like?
Well, it's gonna change the position and effect. So mainly, it's gonna change the position.
What if we walk like sand people
If you what?
in single file?
Well,
disguise our numbers.
No. She's trying to open up the hole. And
I just
then
want to I guess make a small hole that's big enough for like a person to get through, and ideally they'll be able to follow through that. But if not,
well, remember you're on one side of this group, and they're on the other side of this group.
And is the catwalk on that we're trying to get to?
Think of it as a T, like an upside down T. So you're on the left foot, they're on the right foot, and the long line, which again this is an upside down T, it heads across to where Butcher is. But this mob is right where those two lines intersect.
I see. So they're right in front of the
long line.
Yeah,
the entrance to the catwalk.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. In which case, I just want them to shift over from the catwalk so they're not directly in front of it, and allow me through. Like shift in my direction and allow me passage.
Okay, so what I can do here is I would say that is risky and standard. And what can also happen here to the two gentlemen on the other side, if you want to assist, if one of you wants to assist, you can take one stress yourself and sort of be like, yeah, get out of the way! And that would give Helena's character an additional die. And then on the return, she can do it back for you guys, if that makes sense. So there's an action called assist under teamwork.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm down for that.
Or here's another option: leading a group, because all three of you are sort of converging.
Oh yeah.
Helena, if you want, you can say that you lead the group in this, and this would be a command for all three of you. You'd all roll command, right? You take the best result out of all of you, but the leader of whoever's leading this action takes one stress for every 1 to 3, like every person who failed, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I'm just trying to give you guys different opportunities here. Again, this is sort of the tutorial scene.
What do you guys have in command anyway?
Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing.
So in this case,
so yeah, I'm just gonna do it. I think because you guys would then take 2 and do 2 and take the lower. In that instance.
Yes, but you would also be able to get them through with the same die roll that you or whoever makes. So leading isn't a bad idea here. The whole point of leading is to get people through who otherwise aren't going to be able to on their own.
Hey, yeah.
But
Hello.
It's at the cost of stress.
Yeah.
It's all a matter of how you want to spread the stress around.
Yeah, we can just take a rest and the stress goes away. That's fine.
Yeah, that's not quite how it works.
That's how healing works, right?
Yeah, just drink some iced tea. You're good. Stress gone.
So what are you doing then?
So I guess then it's likely that I'd get probably 2 stress, but if we succeed, we'd all get through.
All 3 of you would get through. Yep.
Like they wouldn't have to do any sort of like follow up.
Nope. All 3 of you would get through, and I'd keep it still at risky and standard.
All right. I guess. What do y'all think on that then?
I'm fine doing that. I'll definitely give up the stress for it. If you don't want to take that risk, I'm sure we can try and talk our way through it as well via. Do you have sway, Ben, or Sister Gibbous?
No.
I've got 2 in that, so I
have
be able
2
to get
in
us through
consort.
that.
That's the
So
only.
we've got some options.
That's another possibility to get through. You know.
Well,
it's basically,
how does consort actually like?
Consort is like socializing with friends and sort of caring about the outcome. So versus sway is more manipulation and not caring about the other person in the end. So like consort might be like, hey, fellow prisoner, I'm trying to break out. Do you want to come with me? That would be more consort versus like sway is like, hey, I heard that guy that I know is trying to kill you is coming this way. You better get out of here. You know, like more of a lie.
Hey friend, that guy over there, he's coming to kill you. Here's a knife. Go kill him.
Yeah, exactly. That'd be more sway. Sway is more manipulation versus consort is more like actually conspiring with someone.
Yeah, because I have consort as well. I have 1 in consort.
Well, I have 2 in consort. That's why I was thinking of when I was thinking of the narrative to if we were near the guards and things weren't going our way with them, we could tell them, we're in the process of breaking out. You want to come with? And that way they were like, oh, you're not trying to mess with us. You're trying to help us.
So I don't mean to pressure the 3 of you, but Sean's been sitting very patiently waiting for his turn. So I would like to get some resolution on this end of the scene.
Yeah. Well.
Lead, or do you want to let them to their own devices?
I feel confident in our own devices.
Yeah,
unless you're nervous of not.
Yeah, although if I don't know if somebody wanted to help me take a stress to help, just to improve my chances, and I can potentially give it back.
I'll take the stress to help, just for the sake of it.
Okay. So then, Sister Waxing, you take 1 stress to help.
Hey, let her through. She's crazy. Let her through.
Let them through. So you get another die.
Sister Waxing just starts like espousing shit I like shared in confidence.
Yeah. Like,
yes.
You would not
believe
was saying
some
of the stuff they've said.
Yeah.
All right. So I believe you get 2 dice now, Helena, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Roll it. Take the best.
That's a 5.
All right.
4, so 5.
So we said standard and standard. So 5. You do it, but you suffer a complication.
No.
Okay. So you get through the crowd, but it's kind of a bit of a mosh pit in there, and I'm gonna say that you get roughed up a little bit. So you're gonna take 1 level 1 harm, and it's very narrative, the things that you write down. So I'm gonna say roughed up, just like I said. So you can write that is your harm in that level 1 box. And now that you've suffered a harm in that box, you also get the penalty of less effective. So whenever I present an effect, you are automatically 1 tick down from that. So if I say great, it's standard. If I say standard, it's limited.
Yeah. Is there like a resistance thing?
There
to
absolutely
that?
is. That's the next one. Yeah. So anytime that I assign a complicate, like a negative outcome of sorts, a complication is what it's called, you can resist it. A complication might be damage, it might be a setback, you might have to try something again a different way, things of that nature. So when you choose to resist something, you automatically resist it. That might be a lessening of, or a not at all, depending on what it is. So if I said like take a level 3 harm, it would go down to a level 2. In this case where it's a level 1, it would probably go to nothing. When you resist something, you take 6 stress, and then you're going to roll a dice pool related to the vertical column of the stat that you tried to use to get through. So in this case, you used command, which is under resolve. And so you have a dot, a dot, a dot. So you have 3 dots in resolve. Because you have 2 and a 2 and 1 in command and 1 in consort, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you chose to resist, you would roll 3 dice. You would take the highest number of those 3 and reduce that from the 6. So if you rolled a 6, you would take no stress. If you rolled a 1, you would take 5 stress.
Ow.
Cool. Yeah, cool. So I'm gonna try to resist that, not be so roughed up.
Okay.
I'll roll my 3 dice.
So you continue to shout and like, you get out of my way!
I just I give him a little bump back.
Yeah. Don't mess with me. I'll do things to you.
Starts talking to
The
herself.
highest is a 5.
Okay, so that means that you would take 1 stress.
1 stress, and then I would not be roughed up.
Correct, because I'm going to mitigate the level 1 harm to no harm at all in this case. All right, that's not too bad. All right, so you get through. I'm gonna let the other two you get through real quick as well. So how the two are you getting in?
You said the flow of traffic's kind of going this way already, right?
Yeah, so you're getting pressed into this bottleneck now.
Do you want to just like politely try and be like, "Oh, excuse me, pardon me, sorry, fellow prisoners."
Do we see who he's beating up? Is it another guard or is it
It's
another
a guard? Yeah, there's one guard.
Oh, it is.
Basically, there's one guard on the ground here, and 6 guys on top of him, type of thing.
All right. I'm gonna try to run by, kick the guard, not really hard, but convincingly.
Join in.
Yeah, give one little kick on the way by, be like, oh, and then just kind of shimmy by, so they're like, oh yeah, you're with us. Oh, you're getting, so me fuddling about with them is not going to be weird.
The goal is to safely get by.
The goal is to safely get by. Yes.
Now
yes.
you've provided the narration of how you're going to do that. What actual check are you going to make?
Consort, because
that sounds fair to me.
Yeah. Because that way it's a camaraderie thing, and if it goes south, then I'm going to continue on that same consort path.
Okay. I'm going to say that I'm going to give you a controlled position in this, because you're literally joining in what's going on. And I'll say the effect is standard.
Okay. I will do my 2 dice, as the stat has.
Okay.
3 and a 5.
Okay, so the 5 is your best number there?
Yep.
Okay, so 5 is you withdraw or succeed with minor consequence. So I'm going to say that you get through. You're like, oh yeah, this guy! And you slip through. But a couple of the guys who are beating the guard up seem to have taken interest in you. Like, they recognize you. Like, uh-oh. Like, some of them sort of noticed me, and you don't know why, but you got a bad feeling about that. Okay?
I am rather handsome. Go on.
Dashing Scotsman. All right. Waxing, what do you do? How do you get by? So you've seen him slip through, and then, a couple of these people sort of stop and look, and they're looking to the middle now.
Well, that guy, those ones that are looking away now, I want to get up to them and try and point out some better methods they could use to kick the crap out of this guard.
Kind of draw their attention back to hey,
yeah, hey,
guy.
if you pry the helmet off, and you could use that as a weapon, that's just a bludgeoning tool right there.
Okay. All right. So
don't aim for the face; they get knocked out. They don't feel the pain.
Yeah, so I want to point them at it, and then just be shimmying behind them. I'll be like, no, yeah, you got to get in there, and you really got to get in there. Take the belt off. That's a whip.
Okay. All right, and what type of check are you looking to make?
Sway.
This does sound like a sway to me. All right, let me see. And you have 2 dots in sway. All right, so just going to go with the 2 dice.
Unless Crescent wants to help me with that stress, does that work like that?
Yeah, so anyone can teamwork. They can assist you as long as it fits the narration.
I just didn't know if the tick for tack bit, I did the stress. I didn't know if that mechanic worked both ways.
Yeah, so assisting is another player, another character, takes 1 stress, and you'd get an extra die, but they have to be worked into the narrative.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So I guess it's a question of how confident you feel with 2 dice, or if you want a third.
For some reason I thought it was just it was a floating thing that was still in effect that we needed to tag it at some point before it went away. But
gotcha.
if it's just anyone can do it, then we don't need to worry.
Yeah, no,
I'll
you took the stress and she got the benefit immediately.
Yeah.
So now
that's fine. That's good. I'll go with the 2.
Okay.
I failed. Right, so I got a 2.
You got a 2, so you failed. Okay. All right.
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't set the level and stuff. So again, control. I'll do the same as I gave you, Bill. So controlled and standard. So a 2 is withdraw or seize a risky opportunity. Okay. So for the narration, as I'm digging what I've got going on in my head here, I'm gonna say that they're like, oh yeah, that's a great idea, and they let you slip by, and they take off the belt and they take off the helmet, but then they churn. And they have a devilish look at all of you, and they seem to be sizing up the idea of menacingly approaching your group. So all three of you are over there, and now that group is pseudo-armed and probably looking to come after you. Okay? So I'm going to hold that there. Sean, you still with me?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your patience.
All good.
I hope you're ready to get into it, though.
I am.
Okay. All right, so you're standing at your cell door, and you're noting that your comrades are going around with the flow of traffic away from you, but it seems like they're going to kind of loop back in and across to where this catwalk is that's just nearby. But in order to get to it, you'd have to get through this group of guards that are kind of like holding off anyone from accessing it. But your friends are now on the middle of it.
Gotcha. So for timing purposes, because I do see that they've already made it there, I am going to go against the flow of traffic. And I'm going to do so via my intimidating nature. I'm just going to make my presence like completely known and be like, move.
Okay, so your goal is to make a path for yourself?
Yes.
This is to work your way up to the guards?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay. And your what type of check would you like to make for this?
I'm going to use command.
That sounds pretty accurate to me. All right, so I'll keep this right in the middle. I'd say it's a risky standard. So risky position, standard effect.
Okay.
You have 2 dots, right?
Yep. I got a 5.
5, okay. So that means you do it, but you suffer some sort of complication. So I'll say that you shout, "Out of my way!" and like all the other prisoners step to the side, but then you are now squarely in the sights of the guards who are trying to hold these prisoners back. And now as you're approaching them, they're standing ready solely for you. So that's sort of the complication that came with your move, and everyone did, and now you're just standing in the middle.
Good.
Okay, so there's this line of guards who are like, all right, we're ready.
Okay. I'm going to push myself again.
Okay.
To use the not to be trifled with to engage all of them.
All right. All right.
In close combat, and I'm just going to start pummeling them.
Let me take a quick look-see here. Verges on super engaging a small gang on equal footing in close combat. Let me look up scale. Which I believe that you can do this. Because there's a scale, like a representative scale. Small gang, 3 to 6 people. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay. So I'd still like you to roll me a d6, just as a luck roll to kind of, so I can get a feel for the fight.
I got a 2.
Okay. So you clear everyone out. Everyone, move out of my way! And then all the prisoners step to the side, and the guards see you coming, and one of them says, "Convict 372, back in your cell!" And you just kind of like crick your neck, crack your knuckles, and you say, "No," and you just swan dive into the group of them. You take some punches yourself, and you give them back. You're not getting hurt particularly. You know, you get narratively you're getting hurt, but not mechanically.
Gotcha.
And you're giving it just as much as you're taking it. But you are feeling that oh so delicious adrenaline high that comes with going toe to toe in a fight like this. Of which, if you're willing to keep fighting and not go link up with your friends, I will let you indulge in your vice and recover some stress. But then that means you're also not linking up with your friends over there, which is the prudent thing to do. You know, so I'm going to give you the choice. Do you want to just, okay, I used my power, I dealt with that conflict, and I moved on? Or do you want to crack some more skulls? Because you're in the thrill of it right now.
I'm gonna say because I used my power, I'm going to slip into the thrill of battle, and
Okay.
I'm going to end up just. I take it a little bit too far extra, and I start like just punching anybody that's around me.
Yeah. All right. Roll me a d6.
I got a 3.
Okay, so you recover 1 stress. You get 1.
Okay.
You recover 1 stress. The rest of you heard, "Move out of the way!" And you saw a bunch of the prisoners step to the side as Butcher steps up to that squad of guards, and one of them says, "Convict, back to your cell!" And he shouts, "No!" And he just dives into it with them, and he's rolling around on the ground. He bites one of them by the ankles. He stands up and he starts to position himself in a way where he could start backpedaling to you, but you see him sort of like slope forward and then back a little bit and kind of get into a rhythm that you've all recognized before. You're like, oh no. So and at that point, he grabs one of the guards by his hair and vaults him over the railing and down into the level below. And he punches another one, knocking out their teeth. A prisoner comes in to try to help him because he sees an opening, and he literally does an air clap over that guy's head, and like blood squirts out of his ears, and he falls to the ground. And he's just going to town on anyone that gets near him now. What are the 3 you do?
All right, we can play this off. Can we use that spectacle as an intimidation tactic against these guards somehow?
We're with him.
Prisoners.
Yeah. I mean, you'd be like, "See that guy? He's our friend."
When he's done with them, he's coming after you.
If you fuck with any of us, you're gonna have to deal with him. Nobody
Okay.
wants that.
We've got a butcher.
All right. Okay. Yeah. All right. So, what does one person want to go it alone here? I mean, it sounds like the group of you are trying to make this check. Yeah.
I believe so.
All right.
Yeah.
That's
So does
very
someone
accurate.
Does let me see. Assist, lead, protect.
I think I wouldn't be partaking, but I would go along with, because I'm sticking on my consort route and I have no sword.
Narratively, you're being involved, but not necessarily mechanically.
Yeah.
Alright, a setup action, perform a setup action. Anyone who follows through on the setup gains +1 effect level on improved position. Roll. Alright, so what I'm gonna say. That's funny, I'm looking at the Hulk smash. Very, very accurate. Alright, so I'm gonna say that this sounds like a setup action to me. So this is listed under teamwork, where you can either assist, you can lead a group, you can protect, or you can set up. So setup is you perform a setup action, and anyone who follows through on the setup gains +1 effect level or improved position on their roll. So what I'm gonna do is say that by you guys doing this, you're not even gonna need to roll any dice, but if it comes to a fight, you're gonna get some bonuses in the fight for the idea of you having sort of broken their morale and sort of added your friend into it. Does that make sense? Okay. But that still means they're coming.
Sure.
That's okay. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I got.
Okay.
It's more. I
They're
feel more
coming.
comfortable
They're
having
trying to
broken
come out
their
onto
morale.
the walk to
Yeah, so the three
confront
of you
them?
are in the middle of this walkway, right? Behind you is where Butcher is just making a melee of anyone who can get in range of him, mostly guards, right?
Mhm.
On the other side of this catwalk that connects the two hallways, like the lengths of the wall, is where you all came from, and the group of prisoners who was beating up a guard have now sort of lost interest in that and seem to be more interested in fighting you for some reason.
Ooh, what's the guard doing?
The guard looks dead.
Oh,
Hmm.
okay. Never mind.
Or at least he's not moving. People in this world do have an apprehension of killing. That doesn't mean they won't leave you for dead, but like a full-on kill, people don't necessarily like to do, because when you die, you leave an angry ghost behind if the special
Yeah.
like ghost police don't come, the spirit
Makes
wardens,
sense.
and that
Makes
ghost
sense.
might try to find you and haunt you. So
Absolutely. It's bad juju.
Oh, haunt
Yeah.
me, baby.
Of course, your character would be like, "Oh yeah, let's do that."
Sounds
But
good.
I'm sure I've murdered someone.
it's very well known and like common sense that killing people isn't necessarily a good idea, despite whatever your ends is. That's not to say people don't do it, and that's not to say people won't necessarily leave you for dead. So in a situation like this, where a bunch of prisoners are trying to like take advantage of maybe escape or just like being prisoners in a prison and having freedom, they might not up and kill a guard, but they would certainly beat him to the point where they think he might be dead, and then move on to the next one. And that's sort of the state that guard looks like.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And right now they're moving on to try to mess with us.
Yeah, so they
we're
took.
We're kind of
they
being
took-
like, you want to mess with us? Like, you're gonna have to deal with our buddy over here, and he'll be more than happy to turn you into paste.
Right, so you're sort of baiting them into the brawl that's going on behind you, and the three of you are gonna have to kind of phase into that fight in order to gain the benefits of the setup.
As after she says that, I'd be open to saying something in the lines of, "If you want some more of this, come across to the other side where all the guards are."
I mean, that's essentially what's happening. You're fading into that fight.
Oh yes,
yeah,
but
I mean,
I'm trying to, instead of just saying, "Hey, the idea of, hey, he's our
you're
big
pointing out
guy."
that there are guards over there.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I'm trying to entice them to continue on the guard route rather than us route, and be like, "Hey, we're with that guy. We're doing that thing," and that was her side. And I'll say, because they're over there, and there's more of them to beat up.
And you
Yeah,
don't
try-
have to deal with Butcher.
You don't have to
I
deal
mean-
with us or the Butch.
Yeah, well, if they cross over, they're dealing with guards and you guys and Butcher. If they stay on their side, it's just more prisoners and stuff.
Exactly. I'm trying to entice them on their guard
So
aficionados.
they, Sean, roll me a d6. This is kind of all contingent on you.
Cool. I got a 2.
2. Okay.
It was for
So
days.
they all stop, like the 6 or so of them, and they consider and look at one another, and they kind of whisper. And then one of them says, "Hey," they kind of have like a lighter voice than you would expect. "Aren't you those moon guys?"
The Moon Daughters?
The
Yes,
Moon
that's
Daughters?
us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does the person who's saying this seem like they're like interested in the Moon Daughters, or like trying to use it against us?
So yeah, I think that might be a roll.
Okay.
That might be a study roll. Let me closely analyze a person to detect lies or true feelings.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, that sounds like a study roll to me.
Cool.
All right. So we'll do risky standard. It's pretty easy. So you're trying to figure out their intention, their interest.
Yeah, like in their bringing it up, like I don't want to just like confirm it for them if they're like
Aren't you
gonna
the
wanna
Moon
use that-
Daughters? I hate the Moon Daughters.
Yeah.
sorry, the who?
Yeah. Right. Okay. So make a study
Okay.
if you so believe in my suggestion.
That'd be funny if it's like, "Sister Crescent, can you believe this person?" "I can't believe it, Sister Gibbous." Sister Waxen goes, "Fuck the moon people."
It's a 6.
You got a 6?
They're the worst.
Yeah.
Congratulations. All right.
Hooray.
So yes, they seem like they might be interested.
Okay. Cool. Sweet.
Okay. So
In that case, I definitely like put on the face and
put on the show
like-
for them.
Oh, we don't
yeah,
have any
of, like-
pamphlets.
Oh no, I'm gonna do a courtly bow.
Oh
and
yes,
say-
we are the Moon Daughters.
Oh, I'm gonna try this. I do a courtly bow and say, "Oh God, Sister Gibbous at your service."
Too bad, Bill. Not too bad. Yeah, we've heard about you.
Sister Crescent.
What's the plan here? What's going on? We
Beat
see
up-
your friend
As far
like you-
as
so at this point they point like we see your friend, and the three of you look back, and Butcher's standing over like I don't want to say a mound of bodies, but like there's unconscious, maybe dead people like around him, all on the ground, and his black veins are pulsing, and blood is dripping off his fingertips, and he's just like heaving. And he slowly turns and he sees the three of you and sees all of them. He's like, more?
He's the massage robot from WALL-E.
Old Butcher.
So Sean, you've waylaid everyone that you could get your hands on here.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
And how does that make
Butcher like is both relieved and a little bit, kind of saddened that it's over. And then as he's turning and sees like, a group of prisoners menacingly like holding weapons and like staring and like talking to his friends, he's just gonna turn around and he's gonna like slowly approach behind them and he'll just let out, "Do we have a problem?"
I just pictured the massage robot from WALL-E at the very end when it just goes apeshit on everybody and then it's just panting.
No problem here, right, fellas? No. They kind of like all agree.
New initiates, right? You joining?
Here,
it sounds
help
like
us
you
get
might
out.
be interested in what we have to say.
They look back. They're like kind of checking the way behind them, and guards are starting to push in on the other side of the platform now. So they sort of gave ground on the side that Butcher was on and have redeployed to the prisoner side. And so they sort of seeing that they're going to get pinched. They're like, yeah, that's what we want to do. We want to go with you guys. Okay.
Did my study reveal that it seemed like a genuine?
It did actually. Yeah, like, they're just, they also don't want to die.
they're like, oh,
yeah, they're like, oh, you guys seem like you might be a good way out of here.
So,
but like, they're also like, if we get them out, we might have new cultists.
Yes, it sounds like if you get them out, they might be like, hey, you guys are okay. We owe you one. Like,
for each one we keep alive, we get another initiate.
Yeah, I'm just trying to add in the narration of like the Adams,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're like, all right, well, what's the plan then? There's this more soft-spoken one that seems to be the voice piece of the group.
Can I, now that we're together, can I redo my survey?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna
we'll
do
do
this at a normal. So 2 dice.
Risky standard.
If it comes to it, I'm definitely gonna use my occultist feature on these guys.
Okay.
I don't know if I need to command them to do anything right now.
Drink them the Kool-Aid.
I got 2 4s.
I mean, you
that's
don't
a
really
mini
have
crit,
your cult crew sheet yet. That's gonna be like once
This
you
is my
get
whisper. This is my whisper ability.
Ah,
Occultist.
Yeah.
Of yeah. So like, if it comes to it, and I need to like give them orders to do something.
Okay.
Since they seem like interested cultist parties.
Yeah. All right, what did you get, Bill? I'm sorry, a 2.
I got 2 4s, so I was
2 4s,
pretending
right,
that it
so-
was like a mini crit.
You got a 4 then.
Yeah,
so that
yeah,
means
yeah.
you succeed, but at some sort of loss, some sort of complication. So let's see. So there's still the way I already described out that
Right.
has all the guards around it. They do seem to have less guards there now because they're pushing up and in, right?
Ah, damn.
So yeah, so that still seems to be the best way out. It is still guarded, but the pressure is now being put on you because of them pushing into the cell block. That's sort of the complication that came with it.
Yeah, and do we? What was I gonna say? Do we know about finding our special items?
They're somewhere in the prison, and as we go through the game, you will find caches.
Indeed.
Okay. So it's not
I
so
have
much right
some
now. It's
I have
it's
some
Nope.
special knowledge.
There'll
about-
be different scenes.
gotcha.
potential.
Okay. So I will suggest.
We may want to.
Yeah.
For
Not
for-
everything is
for-
happening in this one scene. I'm going very like moment to moment in this scene
Yeah.
to kind of give you guys a chance to feel a lot of the rules out, and then after
Yeah.
that, it's going to be a bit more like jumping around.
Cool.
So once you get out of this scene, then it'll be like, okay, where are we now? All right, we're here. All right, that scene's done. All right, now where are we? And we'll keep doing that until we get out.
So were you saying that the pile of guards near our exit has been thinned because they're pushing in, or
Yeah,
that we
so-
now have a route to that lesser amount of guards because the
The
guards
only
have pushed
way
in?
out that you've actually seen so far was that one that I first described. That's on the bottom level on the first floor. That you're halfway now closer to, because it was on the other end of the hall from where that stairwell that you guys met at was.
Right.
From that, it does seem to be less guarded, but now there are more guards in your way because they've left that post and are pushing into the cell block. So, because you got a 4-5, I describe that's a success with some sort of complication.
So there
the
was no
success
reduction in guard. They're just not all together.
They're just spread out amongst the prisoners now, moving towards.
Right. So
us,
the
instead of being clumped at the exit.
you succeeded by confirming. Yep, that's the exit. That seems to be the only way out of here. But the complication that has arisen is there are less guards there now because now they're closer to us.
Okay. So I'll let's push to the door. Biggest guys up front.
Or should we? Quick question for you, Pat. How related is like the image on the bottom of the handout to to the prison? Because I know like it has, at least for me, the like cache is like marked.
Yes. So I will say that in this handout, everyone got pretty much the same thing.
Okay.
I'm just repeating it for everyone because it's just sort of a trial
That's fun.
run. In the future, people might get different things. So that thing on the bottom, again, those are just seeds. They're not specific. So that like sort of pathway, find the caches with your gear in it, was supposed to plant the seed in your mind as the player, me as the storyteller planting, saying, hey, there's equipment hidden around the prison.
Yeah.
And here's sort of the way that you find it and get out.
Well, that's what I was wondering. Is like, there's one that's kind of marked as like being upstairs. If maybe that's like, oh hey, maybe we should like head upstairs to try to get our gear.
And that's just a loose narration. It's just an very ambiguous kind of suggestion of like, well, the thing here says to go upstairs. Let's go upstairs. And like you go upstairs. It's again, once we get out of the scene, it's not going to be moment to moment to moment. It's going to be like, okay, where are we next in the prison? Well, this thing says we should go upstairs and find one of the caches, so I want to try to do that. And we'll just snap cut to that. We immediately
Okay. So
go-
like once we kind of get through this door, we'll be in like a different sort of section of the prison that'll have these.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, cool.
This is the tutorial room.
Yeah, this is the tutorial.
Yeah. It's the back room.
That's why I'm like going through every single moment and like, what check do you make? What check do you make? Oh, do you want to use these rules? How about those rules? Are you aware of this rule? Like, I'm really trying to like, I'm using most of our. I mean, it's already 11 o'clock and we're still in the same scene because I'm trying to present to you all the options.
Right.
Valid.
Makes sense.
So what I said before, we're gonna
So fight our way to the door, right?
bulldozer with the big guys in the front.
Yeah, big
Yeah.
guys in the front.
Including
crack my
the new
knuckles
peeps.
again?
Yeah. So
Oh yeah,
the
no.
new
So
peeps who
yeah,
are,
Butcher
like-
and the biggest new guys.
a couple of the like I don't know, like two of the new guys kind of like volunteer themselves forward. One of them seems like he should be on the line, but seems apprehensive about it. If anyone wants to call him out, I won't even make you roll, but you could, role play with
Give
him.
him
a
like
little.
just give him like a pat
Yeah,
on the back and be like,
No, not pat on the back. Butcher, some chest bumps.
What's
Get-
wrong with you?
Get him hype.
Well, I mean, we can only fit so many guys across left to right, so you're so wide already.
That's very true.
Plus, someone's got to guard the back.
That's a good point.
You seem to be presenting logic and also trying to get out of it at the same time.
I think you're fine up here.
All right, fine. I'll be the second row.
Very
He
well.
steps up, but like he's not like right on the line. Okay, so we're gonna fight our way to the door.
Yep.
Yep.
Right.
Oh boy.
So I'll say with relative ease, the group of you sort of like throw the occasional prisoner out of the way, or tell them to get to move, and they step into a cell. Every now and then, a guard will try to stop you, or will see you and just kind of run. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna use a clock.
Ooh.
So here's a fun little mechanic. I'm gonna say it's 6. Okay. Fight to the door. Boop. Can you guys see that? Fight to the door clock I made on my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's gonna happen is you're gonna need to present with me checks that you're making in order to succeed in fighting your way to the door. It doesn't have to be actual combat. It can be something that is whatever related, benefiting to getting there, right? Once this clock is full, you will have successfully fought your way to the door and out of this cell block. Make sense?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Along the way, you may suffer complications, which could be you getting hurt or losing one of your lackeys or, whatever it might be.
Never.
But we're just going to kind of go around sort of taking turns saying like, well, how do you contribute to fighting the way to the door? Which could be like, oh, well, I assist, or I take some sort of teamwork action, and I let these more fighty type people actually do the fighting, and I'm just supporting that. And there's really no initiative. It's just a matter of like, I'm just going to say, okay, Sean, you'd probably be at the front of this. How do you fight your way to the door? So let's start with that.
I'm gonna Butcher is going to like take the lead and literally just start charging through it. And once they get like, if there's like, somebody that's particularly in the way, he's gonna make it his objective to get to that person first.
Okay, so you're gonna kind of look for the more advanced targets and take them on yourself.
Yep.
I remind you, you have a blade or two. Are you still gonna use those? I assumed you used them in the previous fight.
Yeah, like he kind of like switched between stabbing people and like punching them.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Knife in one hand, fist in the other.
Okay. All right. So we know that the goal is to fight your way to the door. You've narrated it, and with what check do you wish to do this?
Skirmish.
Okay, sounds good. Ready? All right. So that's 2 dice, unless you're going to do anything to augment that. And I will say that it, based off of all that, it's risky and it's standard. So in this case, the effect is more pertinent because there's an actual clock at hand. So if you succeed on a standard effect, that's 2 ticks.
Okay.
If it's limited, it'd be 1 tick. If it's great, it'd be 3 ticks. If you have 0 effect, you get 0 ticks. So if something's just like, nope, this is not effective, you have to do something to elevate it. So right now, the effect is standard, which means you would succeed by getting 2 ticks on the clock. That's the bonus. That's how you're winning.
Yeah.
Risky is kind of the middle ground. A 1 to 3 is you suffer a complication. A 4 to 5 is you do it, but you suffer a complication. 6 is you do it, and a crit is you do it with increased effect. So instead of having a standard effect, you'd have a great effect.
Yeah. So I'm gonna push myself to get that great effect.
All right. So you're going to push yourself to increase the effect level to great.
Yes.
Okay. Very good. So that's 2 stress to push yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. And then you may roll your dice.
I got a 6.
A 6. All right. So you do it.
Nice.
And you do it with great effect because you pushed yourself.
Great.
Let me see. Tick the clock. Come on, tick the clock. Oh, there we
So
go.
this what 3?
1. Come on. 2. 3. There we go. Okay. So you're halfway to the door, or fought and 3 way through it. Okay. So who wants to go next? Who wants to contribute to fighting the way to the door?
I got some ideas a churning. I would like to do a couple of things. First, I would like to use my occultist power, my occultist special ability, to command our dudes who've joined us to attack the guards that are in our way, and I want to flash back to the many long hours I've spent alone, suspended, consorting with our ancient power, forgotten god of Umbral. To kind of to give like the fluff of like, because part of the occultist is once you've consorted with your ancient power, you get +1 die to command cultists who worship it.
Yeah.
So I'm kind
you
of
want to establish that you've made this connection already with the deity.
Yeah, in the flashback, I've spent time connecting to the deity and using that connection to kind of like, I'm consorting with it, having this sort of like semi-conversation. Maybe she's like giving me information about our new recruits.
Okay.
Or something.
So I'm totally okay with that. And before you mark anything off, I just want you to hear out what this will all be, because that's something as a storyteller I'm supposed to let you know sort of all the costs and consequences before you commit. So that would be a 1 stress flashback. And I will say that you can use your occultist to use command to get an additional die on your command roll, which would give you 2 dice, right?
Yes.
Okay. But these guys just sort of signed up with you, kind of, maybe, sort of, and I wouldn't necessarily say that they are now cultists worshipping your deity. But I will allow it to take effect in the regard of the position being desperate as opposed to risky.
Makes sense.
So instead of it being like a risky, no, I'm kind of going like risky standard is sort of the middle ground, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
They like just were like, yeah, sure, we'll drink the Kool-Aid, like just 2 seconds ago,
Yeah, I just sort of use secrets Umbral has whispered to me in the dark to kind of command them in a way.
Right,
like...
and the flashback makes this all sort of possible, right? As opposed to not at all.
Exactly.
So it would be a desperate standard roll for you.
Cool.
If you're willing to accept that.
And I get 2 dice to try to command them with secret.
Now, would you like to do anything else to add any more dice to this? Someone could try to assist you, or you could take a devil's bargain, if I may offer.
What exactly is a devil's bargain anyway?
So devil's bargain is a fun little narrative tool that it's going to give you +1 die to the roll on top of the other plus that you're already getting from your cultist and everything else. It cannot be used in combination with assisting, so you're either getting +1 from someone helping you or +1 from a devil's bargain. The thing with the devil's bargain is there's going to be an automatic negative consequence to it, and it's something that we can present to the table, like, so the other players can be like, oh hey, I've got a really great idea for devil's bargain here, and anyone can kind of present one, but it will be something that the bad thing automatically happens regardless of the outcome of your dice, because the good that's coming from it is you're getting an extra die to roll.
Yeah.
So you're not guaranteed success. You're given more likelihood of succeeding, but there's automatically going to be a downside. Now remember, this is desperate, so if you fail, it's going to fail worse. So having more dice is probably behoove you, and that's why I thought a devil's bargain would be fun. Plus, it's where you're kind of tapping into the supernatural. Throwing a devil's bargain in there kind of makes it fit the narration a little more, I feel, but that's just me. You don't have to take it, though. And you get to know what the devil's bargain is. It's not like, oh yeah, I'll take the die. What's the bar? Like, we will establish what the automatic negative would be.
I guess that's the question. Is like, what does anybody have any like ideas for a quality devil's bargain in this moment? That would be like narratively fun.
I have an idea, but I want to hear if anyone else has one first.
Oh, are we just talking about in the sense of trying to get the guys to help us?
Yeah. So basically, what it is where there's a mechanic called a Devil's Bargain, as I just explained, and the check that she's making is she's going to use command in order to get the new guys to help fight the way to the door, right? A Devil's Bargain is going to give her an additional die in this check, which is probably a good idea because it's going to be a desperate roll. The position is desperate. Okay. But a Devil's Bargain is she gets the additional die at an automatic penalty. So some examples here are collateral damage or unintended harm. You sacrifice a coin or an item. Betrayal of a friend or a loved one. You offend or anger a faction. Start and or tick a troublesome clock. Add heat to the crew from evidence or witnesses. Suffer harm. Those are just examples. So I could be like, you get an additional die, but through standing up and shouting and commanding, you make yourself a priority target, and someone, throws a rock at your head and you take some harm. Like it's an automatic something. So but usually Devil's Bargains are like really flavorful and juicy. So I'm thinking
of the sense of her like barking orders at these people after they've like basically not technically actually have joined us yet. Mm-hmm. It's gonna make them a little bit more like apprehensive towards her.
Well, so I guess my thought process right now is the fact that I've been taking this consort route would be, I don't know if I would use that ability to aid in this, or I'd be doing that independently.
No, because if you assist, she can't take a Devil's Bargain.
No,
you could.
I get that. I just meant the ultimate what she's trying to do was what I was going to do, but with a different process.
Okay,
that's my question of the situation. Where is it? That is the one that we're going with, and I can more so assist, or she does devils, or this.
Yeah. So instead of her getting an automatic penalty, you could just take one stress and give her the same benefit.
Right.
I think that's probably a better route, only because like we're trying to, I guess these guys were like possible recruits into our cult, and like I guess using command in that sense would maybe make them a little bit more apprehensive of helping us. So if you could do it in the sense of you're like, yeah, like, come on, guys, you want to be a part of the group.
Together.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Sister Crescent specifically has a special ability called Occultist, where she can command the cultists in the crew. Like, you specifically have to use command. Like,
I gotcha.
Right. It states, Occultist, you know secret ways to consort with ancient powers, forgotten gods, and demons. Once you've consorted with one, you get +1 die to command cultists who worship it. So she's sort of like gang pressing them in and getting this power to work because she'd be using the flashback to kind of set this up. Like I said, it would have been impossible to do this before, but the flashback makes it a possibility. So,
gotcha.
But she doesn't have to do any of this. Like, she could just not do the flashback. Just say, hey guys, go do what I tell you to do. Not use occult, which would make her lose a die. And then Bill's character could be like, yeah, and I throw in a good word too. And he takes a stress and she gets another die.
Yeah.
Right now, the most she could get is 3. She could do the flashback, use the occultist power to make a command check, and Bill could take a stress to add in another die because he's also trying to like socially move them forward. Right. She's just using command and he's doing a little more finessely, but he's still helping her.
Well, what if I were doing it finessely and she was helping me? Would that make it less of a negative because we're not forcing? And we end up with the same number of rolls?
Yeah, I mean, I might say that it would be risky limited. I'd say I'd move the effectiveness down. Right. Hey guys, can you go and fight for us, please? Like, eh.
Well, no, I'd be more like,
let's fight now.
Well, I'd be like, let's get them together.
Yeah, I mean, I'd still. That's not how you lead people in combat, though.
Yeah. I think using the occult ability, unfortunately, does seem like the better of the option, and then having you assist her versus doing the Devil's Bargain.
No,
'cause-
after we're done this, Bill, you can do your own thing.
Yeah,
you know,
like
and
if,
also
we
try.
don't if we don't finish the clock, like you can always
Right.
do another.
I'm just gonna keep
show.
asking. Okay, what do you do? What do you do? What do you do? And I'm just gonna keep asking people until you finish the clock.
I'll take that
Right.
extra stress.
Okay, so we're gonna do that whole plan, and with the assist
Without
as
the-
opposed to the Devil's Bargain.
Yes.
Okay, so
I
Elena,
did
that'd
three
be one.
three dice.
It'd be 3 dice. You take 1 stress from the flashback.
Yep.
And I'm taking
Bill
one
takes
stress
1
for
stress
assisting.
from the assist.
Mhm.
Yep. And yeah, roll the 3 and tell me what you get. And this is standard, but desperate. Oh, you get 1 XP. Also, Elena.
Oh yeah, because it's desperate.
Yeah, so that would be under resolve. 1 XP.
Do I get one because I'm helping?
You do not, unfortunately.
Gotta make some desperate actions.
Hey, I'd rather have the DM tell me no than me not ever ask.
Yeah, no, great.
That's
Ask.
true.
Well, I
True
got
that.
a 1 and a 2 and a 5.
All right, we'll take the 5. Okay. All right. So you succeed. So that means 2 ticks on the clock. 1, 2. Okay. But as part of it, you suffer a complication. I'm gonna say a few of your lackeys defect. They're like, this isn't for me. I'm out. Forget you guys. And they bail. So you still have some of them, but like you're losing numbers through either like people dying or notably.
Yeah, I was gonna say like as a complication, maybe like one or two of the guys that like send forward like to do it like takes too much on the receiving end from the guards and like he's kind of left for dead.
Yeah, I particularly want some of them to
Defense.
willfully or morale-breakingly leave.
Mhm.
So they're like, nope, your group's not for me. See you later.
Sure.
I'm gonna go join that other group.
Can I use a resistance rule to limit the number who leave?
I would say that it's narratively insignificant for you to do that, or like you're still gonna get your people when you get out. This is more for story.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It wouldn't be worth you to do it.
Gotcha.
All right. Very good. All right. Bill.
I'm gonna
Jake?
actually.
I will.
Jake, you got
go ahead.
something? I got something else
Yeah.
in my pocket, but you can go first.
I was gonna slit some throats.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh.
You only need
prowl-
one more tick gets you through the door.
I'm just gonna prowl around like while these fights are happening, try and just use them as a distraction and sneak up behind maybe some of the guards that are fighting Butcher and just kind of stab them in the back of the neck.
Okay. Let's hear Bill's idea.
I was going to take another moment to survey to try to come up. Well, see if there was any kind of exploitable positioning or situation that could aid the people that are up fighting that I could maybe bring to their attention.
Okay. Both sound good to me. We only need 1 success to get out. So who wants to do it?
Oh, by all means, we can do the non-violent one.
Not necessarily non-violent.
No, I was thinking that if we have a
Less
narrow
violent.
walkway and I really can't get up to do something, I'm going to try to do something from afar and aid those that
Yeah.
are up in the fray.
Yep. And it still counts. It still counts to ticks on the clock because it feeds into the narration of like that guy over there. Oh, watch your foot. You know, like you just kind of like
That
give
guy's
it
got a limp, or you know.
Yeah.
Oh, the guards are leaving.
All right, so let's go with that one. So how many dice do you have there?
For survey, I've got 2, and I'm
2?
gonna leave it norm.
Okay, so we'll say risky standard. So
We got a 1 and a 5.
we'll take the 5. Okay, so the 5 gives you the tick that you need, but it's some sort of complication
I
here.
have laryngitis. No.
You're shouting. You just my voice is throated. What's a complication that can come from this? Let's see. Consequence.
I spooked the guy in front of me, and he falls off the balcony.
Oh god!
Why are you yelling?
And now you're like,
I'm
you're like
right
shouting to be
here.
like, there's an opening here. Like he's gotta give him a left hook.
Your left. No, your other left.
But it kind of like makes the guards like a little.
They start
like they're like a little more aware of
Like-
the
like,
incoming
oh.
attack.
He's directing. Shoot him. Shoot that man.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go pretty much with what Jake just said. They see you sort of taking a command position, and someone's gonna lob something in your general direction, and
Sorry.
you gotta take a knock on the head. Just be a level 1 harm. Let's see, what can we call that? What do I call that harm? Jake, you brought it up.
Arrow to the knee.
Arrow to the knee. No.
Or
Speed adventure like he wants.
Battered, drained, distracted, scared, confused. I want something like someone targeted.
Maybe like a
like
little
startled.
disoriented
Ooh.
or dizzy from
Yeah, how
like
about-
a strike to the skull.
I'm
But from, like,
dazed.
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 I'm dazed.
Yeah, someone threw something at you and boom. Dazed. So because of that, now Bill, you are less effective. So whatever your effect is, it's reduced.
So where
Unless
on my
you opt
where
to
on my
resist.
sheet does that something I can tick off that I've done?
So you see where stress
trauma?
is?
Trauma?
No, not trauma. So underneath stress says harm.
Oh
It
yeah,
says-
yeah.
3, 2, 1. So there are 2 slots in the number 1 category from left to right.
Yep.
So in one of those slots, write dazed. And then if you scroll all the way to the right side of the second box, it says less effect.
Yep.
So if you have anything written in here at all, your effect is reduced. If you have any level 2 harm, you have 1 less die to all your rolls. Level 3 harm, you need to be assisted in pretty much anything you do, otherwise you're not going to be able to do it well.
And does it work that I get 2 level 1 harms to have less effect be active?
No, you have any level 1 harms unless effect is active.
Okay,
So
it
you are
doesn't
now less
matter-
effective.
It doesn't matter that there's that second column.
No, what that is that you can house up to 2 of them, because if you would take a level 1 harm and all of your level 1 harms are full, you instead take a level 2 harm. And if you would take a level 2 harm and all your level 2 harms are full, you instead take a level 3. But you could
I
have like a level 1 and a level 3.
Or I could
You
take
know, like-
3
You
2s
saying
and I'd
call
have 2
that an
2s and a
elevator
3.
Exactly. Yeah,
Alright,
you
alright.
fill up.
Gotcha. I have written dazed.
All right.
Yeah. And then you have an opportunity to resist that if you want.
That's
I
true,
believe.
you do.
If you want to do a
Read back up.
resistance roll, you did a resolve, I think. Is it? No, you did survey.
That
So
was survey. So
insight.
what you can do there, Bill, is she said, you can resist this, which means we will mitigate or remove the consequence, depending on where it is. Where this is a level 1 harm, I would say that if you resist it, it would be you take no harm in it at all. When you do resist something, you take 6 stress to do it, but you do automatically do the thing. You then would roll a pool. Hold on. You then roll a pool of dice equal to the vertical column related to the check that you made. So where you did survey, you would look at all your insight stats, which I believe you have 2 dots in study, so that would get you 1, and 2 dots in survey. Is that correct?
Yeah, yep. So 4 insight.
So this would be a pool of 2 because you have 1 dot in study and 1 dot in survey. So everything to the left of that line.
Oh,
see what I'm talking about?
First column.
It's like
Yep. Column 1.
Everything that you have 1 dot in applies to resisting things because you're going to make an insight check now, basically.
Gotcha. So
Now-
I do
now
2
I'm-
die.
You do 2 die. You would take the highest value of all of them and use that number to reduce the 6 stress you're taking. So if you would roll
Oh.
a 6, you would end up taking no stress at all. But
I
if you
gotcha.
roll a 1,
I gotcha. Yeah.
you're going to take 5 stress.
Yep. I'm on page. So I would like to resist that, and I would roll 2 die, and I will reduce that number by 6 by that number.
You rolled a 6?
No. I'm just double checking my rule.
Yes. So
I
yeah,
did-
you roll
my
2
first
dice.
roll was a 6, and then a 5.
Ooh.
I am
Don't even
even
need a
less
second one.
stressed than you even could have imagined.
Yeah, if you crit on that, it's important to let me know because you'll there's further benefits if you crit on a resist, like you heal stress
Okay.
and stuff like that.
So,
Alright, so
I don't take.
So you do not take the harm, and
So
you
dazed
take
is
no
gone.
stress because you resisted it fully.
Oh yeah.
Sean, were
So-
you gonna chime in there? I think I heard.
Yeah, so I had a question. So because yes, he did do survey as his role, but the consequence of it was more of a physical nature, can you resist with
You
then
can resist
like
anything.
but like what I'm saying is like he rolled in the insight column for resisting that thing, but the consequence was technically from like a physical blow. Could he have
versus,
rolled
like,
it
prowess is my stat?
in like prowess?
No, it's always based off of
The original roll.
The original
what,
roll.
What
And-
brought you to this situation?
Correct. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
All right. I
And-
just wanted to get that clarified.
That's a
Yeah.
great question. Also,
He's-
keep in mind things like where he took a physical blow and he was dazed, which is more of a mental thing. Harm can come in many forms. Being seduced is a form of harm.
Oh shit.
I mean,
So,
well,
So fun.
my wife, I'm fine with it.
Yeah. So, like, harm isn't necessarily just physical.
I'm immune to
okay.
seduction.
We tend to think of it that way,
Mhm.
but it's any sort of narration that applies to you being harmed or impeded or, you know,
Right.
type of thing. I
Cool.
actually think there's a little list here. Yeah, so like level examples of level 1 harm: battered, drained, distracted, scared, confused. Examples of level 2: exhausted, deep cut to the arm, concussion, panicked, seduced. Level 3: impaled, broken leg, shot in the chest, badly burned, terrified. Level 4 harm, which is fatal: electrocuted, drowned, stabbed in the heart. Those are all like
Wow.
examples.
I guess it
Gotcha.
makes sense why there's no number 4, because it's just over. at
Yeah,
that point.
because 4 is like,
You did.
You
like-
done, son?
3 is you're going to die. 4 is you're dying. And that's why there isn't actually like a block there for it. Because
It's not going to last long.
yeah, like you could potentially get out. Like it could work, but that's why there's no block. Because it's just like,
Gotcha.
well, you just got shot in the heart, you know, or something like that. You know, you've drowned. These are words that are more like you have died as opposed to you've received a mortal wound. It's like you're dead.
Yeah.
Drowned, electrocuted
Mhm,
to
mhm.
die electricity.
Cool.
All right. Quick break, and we're gonna get to the actual more jumping around part. Sound good?
Cool.
Sweet.
All
We
right.
gotta get our caches. We gotta get all our shit.
Bio break. See you guys back in less than 5.
Sweet.
Sounds good.
Perfect. Gives me time to pee.
Welcome back.
Oh yeah.
It was pretty fun.
So far, like Butcher is terrifying. I love it.
Monster.
He just takes out 6 guards. Just
Off screen. It's terrifying.
I just picture like the face snarling and just boogers flying. Like it's just disgusting.
oh yeah. No, he's a sweaty, like drooling, like he has like a really big, like, you know, beard, and like the typical like that picture that he posted, you know, does it kind of justice, but it's like it's a rather large beard, and he just, you know, he has like spittle all inside of his beard right now, and no.
Yeah, I thought that picture I found kind of hit it on the head, right?
Except for the whole having a head of hair part.
Yeah, that's the only thing I
He is
could
bald.
like.
But yeah, no, it hit it on the head pretty good. Yeah.
Did you guys watch The
And I-
Legend of Korra?
I'm watching it right now, actually.
Oh,
So there's a point where his son Milo is fighting, and that is exactly what I'm picturing because he's bald and has one of those fight scenes where it's just face slow motion, wobbling, boogers flying out.
That's good stuff.
Let's see here. Here. Okay. All right, everyone back?
Yes,
I
yes.
believe so.
Yay.
indeed, I believe so.
All right.
Indeed.
Very good. All right, so you all finally escape.
Well,
Or you're
from the block.
Yeah, from the block. You are now in the prison proper. Hey, let's start flashing along. What do we do here? Where you guys going? What are you looking for?
We're definitely gonna search for those caches.
Oh yeah, let's
Okay,
start. We gotta get those caches.
Okay,
And I know.
Montage.
give me some inkling on how you do that.
We
What?
start checking
What
wounds.
does? What actually does the like? I don't know. I guess layout of the new location kind of look like? Is it very similar to before, or?
Yeah, I wasn't sure how I should do that. Should I be doing another survey?
It's just a matter of you telling me how
Okay.
you find this
Oh,
stuff. or-
I get you.
Evidence lockup.
Yeah, I want
Yeah.
to either find some kind of list or guard station or some kind of location of authority that might have an inventory of said items.
Mm-hmm.
There are
That you might be able to corroborate with the information we've already received.
Hmm.
Because I have the cache is like marked, I guess. I imagine
Well,
you do
like,
too.
well, no, I thought Pat said the little map at the bottom was more of a.
Yeah, it's
consider
it's
going
not like
here,
Yeah,
but
it-
not a.
that's-
This is the room, and
exactly.
Yeah.
So, like, we could
just a
find
scene.
all of our stuff in the basement.
Right.
right.
basically we need to look around. Was the
So-
main message.
So the way that we can do this is, I'm not gonna say. I'm immediately gonna say they're not all in the same place, right?
Mhm.
But for every 2 of these, 1 cache will be found. Assuming like for one of you, so each of you represents a quarter of this pie, but you need 2 successes, right? So we can look for one now, and then do another scene, and then on the way look for another one, and so on and so forth, and keep coming back to it. Does that make sense?
Gotcha. Yep.
I'll move this over here. So
Yeah, I
who
wasn't
wants
sure.
to find their stuff? Because
yes,
that's
please.
how I'm going to do it.
Sure.
Well, Butcher murdered all those guys, so I feel like he deserves something.
I mean,
The butcher?
He deserves a butcher's cleaver.
I do. I so wholeheartedly
can-
want that butcher's cleaver.
And I feel like that'll really, not that we know that that's what he's looking for, but
Yeah, I mean, it's okay to meta it on this case. So,
Yeah.
all right, Butcher, I'm going to say that you have to lead in this endeavor because it's your gear. So what? How do you want to go about trying to locate a cache? Because we can even think of this as like, again, it's montagey where it's like, all right, let's go find our stuff, and you kind of like split up, or like at some point you look under a certain thing and like, hey, look what like you go to the kitchen, right, the cafeteria, and you find this whatever. It's like your little moment. Now other people can help if someone wants to assist you or whatever. I'm totally fine with that.
I'm thinking more in the sense of because Butcher doesn't like to, spend a lot of time, on just locating things and stuff like that. So he's actually going to find a guard and threaten them into taking him to where
you're like the stuff they store for the prisoner.
Correct.
When you're locked up. I can't think of the word.
Well, like this is an item that's like your
he hasn't owned this
patron
before.
your soon to be mob boss
okay.
Yeah,
has
he
actually
like
smuggled this
snuck
thing
it
in specifically for you and hid it somewhere.
Yeah, so it's
I
like hidden.
gotcha.
So like the guards probably don't know.
They wouldn't know, yeah. I mean, unless one of them
Okay.
saw it and then didn't do it, or like, yeah, I found a.
Or unless we can suss out.
I thought it was something that
maybe
was
who-
taken from us
who
after
was-
we got in here.
No.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
All
This
right.
isn't
Maybe
your gear. This is gear that's going to be given to you.
Butcher is going to attempt to
You can go with that story. Like a guard saw one and they collected it and they've put it somewhere. Like
yeah,
found-
or it was just somebody who or like maybe a corrupt guard who was like
I'm gonna
paid to
do
bring
it-
your item in.
Right, that could be too. Yeah, let me take you to it.
yeah.
brought it in.
Let's go with it a different route. Let's do it in the sense of I'm going to use attune and I'm going to consort with spirits to find
See what
this. Yeah.
Yeah.
See
Okay,
if
you can
they
like.
find it.
So you want the narration. So the goal obviously is to find your cache. And the narration is you're specifically going to try to talk to a spirit to kind of point you in the right direction.
Yes.
Okay.
Cool. What do you have in how many attune do you have?
I have one.
I'll assist. I don't know what your like situation is going to be like if it's like desperate or whatnot, but I could take a stress to assist in your attuning. We kind of like link hands, and I help to channel.
I was gonna actually ask you if because Butcher would know from previous things that you have better attunement with the spirits, and he would probably ask you for assistance.
Yeah.
I'll say that this is a risky limited. So the position is risky, which is the middle ground, and the effect is limited because it's kind of hard to do what you're doing.
Yeah.
But yeah, if Crescent
what
wants
is-
to assist
What
you,
is this?
what is what?
What is setup? How does setup work again?
Setup is basically you make a plan, and as long as everyone sort of follows the plan and works in towards the plan, it increases the effect level or the position of the roll. So it doesn't give you any more dice, but it makes
It would make
either-
it. I could make it like more effective instead of.
it makes the
limited
outcome
effect.
better, whether it's worse or it's more effective. Like you kind of pick all right, I'm going to increase the position or I'm going to increase the effectiveness. But that's if you make a plan. Okay, we're going to set this up. I'm going to go kneel
Yeah.
behind the guy, setting you up to push him to knock him over. So that'll make it more effective.
I gotcha. So I'm thinking the assist is probably the best.
Yeah, we just like link hands and have like a miniature
Little
seance
seance,
together.
yeah.
Mhm,
Okay, I like it. So let's get a little.
We start chanting weird Tichirosian. Like-
Yeah.
We're just like saying like random words like chicken and whatnot, but it sounds funky.
Chicken. All right.
Ball with the
so
ball, da bang,
Marco,
da bang, diggy, diggy,
Crescent,
diggy, said the book.
You take one stress to help Butcher, roll 2 dice.
I got a 4.
4. Okay. So that would be you do it, but suffer some sort of complication. Okay. So that's limited. So that's 1 success. You have not found gear yet. And complication is, I'm gonna say that the spirits didn't kind of pointed you in the right way, but then said, "Leave me alone." So what that is it's called losing an opportunity. So on your next attempt to do this, you can't use the tune.
Gotcha.
Let me see. Yeah, how do they term it? Lost opportunity. You can try again, but you need a new approach and a different action rating. And then there's another one that's like complete loss, where it's just like you can't use that again at all. Like this is on the next one, you can't do it. Okay?
Gotcha.
So yeah, I will let you try again in the interest of you trying to find this cachet, but you can't use a tune.
Okay.
You've been sort of pointed in like the right direction.
Right.
So
why are you bothering me? Where's the thing? It's over in that building. Where? Go away. Like it's just kind of like, yeah, it gave you the right idea, but not necessarily the exact location.
I gotcha. Okay. So, trying to think. Yeah. Let's go with I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna go over into that general area. And I'm just gonna I'm gonna toss the room.
Okay, you're just gonna sack it.
I'm gonna sack the room, and I'm gonna do so with Wreck.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm gonna go risky limited again.
Okay. We got a 6.
6. Okay. All right. So that means one more here. So you go into the room where the spirit guided you, and you're like, it's gotta be in here somewhere, and you just start knocking things over and opening things up and throwing things to the ground and tossing things in the air, and eventually you come across a wooden crate, like the kind that are like nailed shut, you know. And on it is burnt into it is the symbol of like the little bird that was in the bottom right hand corner of the black card that you received. That's on it. So you just grab onto it and snap it open. And in like laying on a bed of hay on the inside is this nasty, gnarly looking cleaver. And you're like, oh yes. You pick it up and test its weight. Feel free to find a picture for me of what you think this intimidating blade looks like.
Cool, I'll start looking for it.
Post it up for us. All right. With that, where do we go now? So now we're actually doing something else. We're not looking for an item. Give me another scene in the prison. Look at your little story sheet there and find a picture and tell me something you want to do. Anybody?
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, do I have any idea, or does anybody about what the hummingbird is that I've been instructed to destroy?
So, all of you are aware of a particular ward of the prison that is basically a torture ward, and there are various infernal devices in there.
We should wreck that stuff
to to alleviate stress, whether that's taking stress out on prisoners or it's supposed to help them remove stress. But there is talk, or maybe even one of you have experienced the hummingbird, which is a bathtub in which an inmate is sunk into water and chained to, and then electrical current is passed into the water.
Yeah, we should definitely destroy those stuff.
So you guys want to go find the torture ward?
I'm down for wrecking that
Yeah,
stuff.
I'm down for that.
Okay. All right. Let's do a little engagement here. So the plan is to destroy that stuff, right?
Yeah. Do we know generally where that is in the
Yeah,
building already?
we're just gonna snap to that location here.
Cool.
I just need to kind of get in an initial roll to see how things set off.
Do we have a plan on how we want to like destroy it, or like what we'll do if anybody's there?
Well, I mean, if there's a riot happening, I'm gonna guess most of the guards are dealing with it still. So there's probably minimal staff here.
Mm-hmm.
So we can maybe persuade them to go and look the other way, if they're of like minds, and if not, we got Butcher.
That's right.
And he is an axe now.
Does anyone have an idea on how to destroy the hummingbird?
I mean, it's just a machine, right? We'd hit it enough. We can rip wires out. I'm sure we can disable it.
Once I get there, I might be able to do some studying of it. See,
Yeah.
I tried Scottish, came out Russian.
That's my fault.
That's
It's because
okay.
you're picking up when I'm
Yeah,
putting out.
you hear what other people do, and it happens.
Try and think Sean Connery.
Not Scott.
So you see, we're going to.
That's terrible.
Watch
Margaret
a
Partner.
fuck ton of Outlander, and then just
Yeah,
repeat
right.
back.
All right. So the group of you
Sassenach.
travel through the prison. You know, in various places there's fighting, and other
Okay.
places it's dead quiet. You come to this area where the lights just seem a little darker. And remember, we're in a world it's nighttime all the time. So there's a lot of artificial light or torchlight or different things in places. So you get to this one ward where you're in a hallway and the floors seem overly clean, and there's a set of double doors before you, and there's a placard on the wall that says, "We welcome all." You all know that this area leads to the torture ward, where again, it is meant to alleviate the stress that the prisoners have. And beyond
How
these
is-
doors somewhere is this hummingbird device.
Torture word relieving your stress. Of
Terrible
That's
world
just
you all
what
live
they
in.
say.
It very well may be that it relieves the stress of the
guards.
guards.
Yeah, I was like, it seems like it's a guard relief, stress relief, so not so much prisoner.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you got here? Is this the blade? Oh yeah, I like it.
That's one of them. I'm trying to decide between that one and I also found this one, which I also liked.
But yeah, it's not a happy world we're in.
No.
Yeah, they're both very similar. Just the shape of the blade's different.
Right,
The
right.
ornamentation and
Oh wow, that's pretty.
Mm-hmm. Those are the two that I'm juggling with right now.
So I don't want to stifle your creativity at all, Sean. In my mind, these look like what would be fine weapons because they seem to be very. I don't think intimidated when I see either of these. I think like, oh, that's very finely crafted. But
Yeah.
if you want either of these to be it, I'm totally okay with it. I just expect something more
I'll keep looking.
scary as opposed to impressive.
Yeah.
Does that make
I
sense?
gotcha. Yeah.
So you can take those if you want, or all those fails or whatever.
Yeah. I'll keep searching.
All right. So yeah. What do you guys do? These doors. Do you know what this terrible place?
We can observe and see if there's any guard. You said they were right outside the doors.
Yeah, it's a set of doors that lead
Double
into
doors.
this ward.
Let's peek inside.
Okay.
Kind of kind of like studying the situation to see.
Yeah. No need to even make a check for that. You can kind of like look through, open the doors a little bit and look in, and it seems very dead quiet in here.
Perfect. Let's get in and wreck the place.
You go in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the group of you go in.
Closing the door
and-
behind us.
Okay.
Maybe
sorry.
like propping it so like we'll know if somebody like tries to come in.
Okay. So in here, it's a very long hallway that goes down, and there are various rooms off to either left or right side. And as you go through, you see various torture equipment: a rack, an Iron Maiden, a chair with a set of thumb screws set on the floor before it, various, medieval implements of horrible torture in nature.
That old chestnut.
And eventually you come across one that is the hummingbird. They each have like a little brass plate on the wall before you go to the room. You find the one that's the hummingbird. Let's see. I should queue up. In it, the tub is overflowing with water and spilling out into the floor. And the electrical wires are in it zapping. So this room seems hazardous. There's a little bit of furniture in the room and whatnot, but there looks to be the panel that the wires come from are in the back wall. If you didn't get the idea, entering this room might be dangerous.
Big old cleaver.
Is there water on the floor, or?
Yes, the water is spilling out of the tub and onto the floor. So there's like a pipe in the ceiling that's pouring water into the tub, and the tub is overflowing, and the room isn't like filled up. It's not like it's filling up with water, but there's water on the floor, and it's getting worse. The water's spreading into more places.
How far away is the electrical device, like the machine?
Oh, I like the next one. I like that one even better. That's more intimidating. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's fine.
All right, you were saying?
How far away is the machine that's emanating electricity?
So there's a panel on the opposite wall from the door that you're at that looks like it has a cutter switch, like the
Gotcha.
like Frankenstein style.
Yep.
And there are cables coming out of it that go
Okay.
up and into the tub.
Gotcha. All right, we need to get to that. So there
also is a valve on the wall.
To turn off the water, maybe.
Assumedly.
Would it be possible to leapfrog off of like tables and chairs and things to stay?
Yeah,
out of
it
the
looks
water?
possible. Mind you too that the room again isn't like filling up with water, but it is spreading into more locations. So depending on position and outcomes and stuff, you might get stuck out there if something goes wrong.
Okay.
Is this another one of
Catch my
those
drift?
survey moments where maybe I can help figure out the best path for them?
I would say that might be better served as an assist as opposed to like a straight-on survey check. But
Okay.
if you want to be very particular about it, you could do the survey first.
Yeah, that's what I meant. So before,
like,
so if they're talking about this is the idea, before they go, I'd like to help them figure out, do survey and be like, oh, this is go XYZ off the backboard.
So again, do you want to help by just saying
No. I want to actually
Teamwork
survey
assist?
before they go. Yeah.
you specifically want to do a check unrelated to them getting out there, like more planned?
Yeah. I wanna check what's going. I mean, it's gonna be dual. Whether it's check what's is there a way to make the water stop or the electricity stop near where we are? If not, how do we get to where we gotta go?
Okay, yeah. So the outcome would
Just
be
kind of surveying your situation to see like what's the best possible route that we
Yeah.
could take.
So the
Passive
positive
least
result out of that
resistance.
would be getting more narration to the scene to kind
Yep.
of give you. Okay. All right. Yeah. Risky standard. Nothing too crazy about that.
We got a 4.
4. Okay. All right.
Excuse me.
So Gibbous sort of points out, like, well, if we take some of the furniture from out here and we move it up here and kind of push it into the room, we might be able to make a little bit more of a bridge, sort of. that's probably going to be the safest bet. But the furniture doesn't look too reliable, and you think that it's going to be a one-way trip. Granted, if you turn the power off, then maybe it doesn't matter.
Cool.
So how far away is that electrical panel?
It's on the other side of the room.
Okay,
Again, we're doing theater of the mind, so it's,
gotcha.
It's room sized.
generalities. I mean, if you're
Gotcha.
trying to like interact with it with something else, like I need that element. Like I'm gonna go find a broom and try to knock the switch down with the broom. Like
Right. Well, obviously, with it being it's like a general like full-sized room, like a 10 by 10 or 12.
Like a living room,
no,
like a living room,
maybe. No, not that big, because these are more intimate spaces for the torture equipment. Bigger than your guys' cells were, but
or not much.
Okay.
yeah,
So-
yeah.
I have another suggestion. I can
Sure.
attempt to, because of my commando training, I obviously know how to throw a knife. I can try and throw the little knife that we got.
One of your blades or two. Is that the idea?
Yeah, I was considering using. There's that. I was considering using like an attune.
I cut out randomly. That's
Yeah.
it.
You're
So-
gonna throw one of the blades or two that you got.
Yeah, I was going to attempt to throw it at the panel and just completely
Kinda
destroy
disable
the
it.
panel.
Okay. All right. What was your idea, Helena?
I was just considering like attuning to the ghost field and summoning some spectral tentacles, and just sort of like using that to, or just summoning like a ghost to
Okay.
turn off the electrical bit that's causing the most likely of harm, sort of thing.
Jake, how about you? Do you have an idea? Jake, Sister Waxing. You lost Sister Waxing.
Why can you not hear me?
No,
Now I
can
can
Now
hear
we
you.
can.
Why wasn't it working? Can you hear me now?
Those
Yeah.
those darn speakers, man, or microphones, whatever it was.
That's weird. I never have issues with mics like this. I'm just gonna jump across. I was thinking of just jumping across the furniture and turning it off.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So we have the idea of setting up a bit more of a walkway bridge. We could throw something to kind of try to disable it.
You could throw
We could
me.
try to get a ghost in there to disable it, or maybe going through the room and what's already there, or kind of combining going across the bridge with. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it sounds like there's three plans.
Yeah, mine was hopefully just to make the crossing
Easier.
the
Yeah,
best,
right.
more effective, or
I mean, I'm all for attempting mine, because at the end of the day, if it's whether it works or not. You get what I'm saying? And it's really not like a loss that I wouldn't be able to get the knife back, possibly.
yeah,
You get what I'm saying?
Call it Plan A, and then running is Plan B.
So you guys let me
Yeah.
know which one you want to pursue more, and I will again tell you sort of the potential outcomes and losses and things of going with that plan.
Yeah,
All right, why don't you throw the knife and see what happens?
yeah. So I'm gonna try that.
So I would say that would be a risky limited,
Mhm.
and that there is the potential complication of you losing your blade or two by doing this.
Mhm.
Because it gets fried or explodes or
Right.
Sure.
whatever. Like,
Sure.
if you
Right.
fail, you're likely going to lose that item.
Gotcha.
You would still have your cleaver thing, but
Mhm.
it would
Still got your
there's a
fist.
potential of that loss.
Right. But yeah, in terms of what I'm going to use, I'm actually going to use skirmish because it makes sense that a commando would be, taught how to throw a knife.
Mm-hmm.
I spelling that right? Hummingbird. Okay. All right. So risky limited.
Okay. I got a 5.
Okay. Well, you do the thing. Okay, so that's 1 tick. But you do suffer a complication and you lose the blade. So you need to erase a blade or 2 from your character sheet.
Okay.
Who's next?
Does that successfully then like shut off the?
No, you need to finish the clock.
Okay.
Did my
Or
thing
like
of
you might get to a
surveying-
certain point where the electricity is off, and then you can proceed in. So the electricity is not off yet.
Did my
Alright.
surveying of the best thing do anything to that clock or no?
No,
Okay.
no. That gave you a possibility to proceed with a plan.
I'm down for using, I guess maybe finesse to jump across.
What
I
do you got
would-
for finesse?
You could. I would say that's a bit more of a prowl action. Again, I'm not supposed to really say no to whatever you do, but
I just wasn't entirely sure. I had to
Yeah.
look at the
so
descriptions.
in terms of when I give suggestions, that's based around what I think would be the more effective stat. So I would say prowl,
prowl
is
makes
gonna
way
be
more sense. after
more
reading
effective
it.
than finesse, though I wouldn't say finesse is out of the question.
They're both the exact same, so it means no difference to me. I just couldn't remember the descriptions.
Okay. So do you want to use give us his idea of kind of setting some furniture up a little bit more?
To make it a little bit easier, yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'll assist with under Gibbus's direction to move some of the furniture in place for Sister Waxing to kind of help set her up.
Okay.
Or set him up.
Right. So if you're going with that there, I'm gonna say that is going to change the position from what would have been desperate to risky. And then the assist, if you want to take a stress, that will give him an extra die. So is that the plan we're going with?
I think so.
Yeah. So Helena, you got to take the stress to actually provide the assist.
No, I guess Gibbus has already done the setup.
Yeah, I mean,
But
we could just
I
say
guess I'm-
we put the furniture in the room. Like,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
if
I
you
was
want
just saying
to
narratively, I follow it. Narratively, I guess.
mechanically, I am assisting.
Yeah. All right. If there's already the setup situation,
So
Yeah.
we
So I'm
put
rolling my
the
two?
furniture in the room. Mindful that again, if you could get stuck out here,
Sure.
because the furniture is probably going to break as you kind of go, or fall over. And
Yeah, that's fine. I just got to get to the end.
all right, so we're gonna go with trying to get to the switch,
All right.
and
Just
this
my
will be prowl. So it's going to be risky. I'll say standard.
all right, and that's just my 2 dice. That's a 6.
No.
Nice.
Make it across.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. Okay, and you hit the switch. Okay, which turns the electricity off. The water is still.
Now we can proceed into the room and step in
Yes,
the
you
water.
can. You
without
can all
dying.
stand in water now
Cool.
and stand around this thing. So
I'm gonna summon spectral tentacles to beat the shit out of the hummingbird and just completely obliterate it.
Okay.
I don't know if that sounds good.
Good call.
Yeah, that sounds excellent.
I'm
turn off the
gonna
water.
go with.
But I don't know how impactful. With
I'm
the
gonna
ghost
say
would be.
Desperate limited. I don't it's possible, but I'm not feeling like this is a little bit more material world than physical or than.
Do the
Alright,
wires
in which
seem
case
like
we
they
don't-
could
I
be?
mean, we don't have to.
Well, do the wires seem like they could be cut or ripped out of the wall, or?
Yeah, the wires can be cut. The
let's cut
valve
the
can
shit
be
out of
turned
that.
off. The pipe can be smashed. The
I'm just
tub
gonna-
itself can be destroyed.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna
so
go
let's-
over and rip out the wires. Just rip them right out of the wall.
Okay. So what stat would check are you looking at?
Probably wreck.
Rec sounds right to me. Yep. Okay. All right. I'll say risky standard.
I got a 4.
Right. So you finish the clock here. With that though, you pull the wires out of the wall and everyone standing in the room take one level 1 harm shocked,
Ow.
which I believe is all of you.
Yeah, yeah.
Can I resist that?
Yeah, everyone can resist that.
Yeah.
All
I'm
right.
gonna
I got a
definitely do
bad
that.
feeling though because I don't have any wreck, and that's what brought this about. So
Right. So this would be a prowess roll. So
Right.
you would check
So I
how
got
many dots you have in your prowess column.
1 die.
So like Sean, I see you have
Oh,
3.
5.
Yep. I got a
Um,
6.
Let me see who else.
I rolled a 6.
Elena has 1 dot. Bill
I got
has 1
1.
dot. And Jake has 2 dots.
What happens if your stress meter is full?
What?
Yeah. So if your stress meter fills up, you basically pass out and you're left for dead and you're out of the story.
Gotcha.
You will gain a trauma, which if you get 4 traumas, your character's out of the game. Like new character.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Oh, so we
and-
would be carrying them, avoiding.
No,
both-
you leave them for dead. Like you just leave them on the ground there.
Okay.
If someone gets to level 3 harm, you're carrying them. If someone's full of stress out, you just like, sorry pal, and you leave. You leave them there. And next game session, they come back with all their stress gone. Like they're all cleaned up and better, but they've suffered a trauma,
Gotcha.
which
Gotcha.
is a negative that I can call on to make your life difficult.
Gotcha.
Until you get 4
Apparently,
of them. which might-
and a level 1 is simply that
You're
you're
just
less
less
effective.
you're less effective. Yep.
So I got a 5, so I took 1 stress.
Yes, that is correct.
So
Excellent.
I rolled a 6, so I took
So you
no
take
stress.
Yep,
Okay.
no
But
stress.
I'm still shocked though.
No.
I'm
You
not-
resisted being
because I'm-
shocked.
In this case, normally the way that harm is dealt with is that whatever level the resist is, you reduce the harm by a level. So if it was a 3, it would become a 2. If it's a 2, it's a 1. If it's a 1, it's a none.
One is
So
done,
in this
gotcha.
case, you'd be, hey buddy, what are you doing up? I'm talking to people online. I'm sorry, everyone. My son just came downstairs to see me. TJ, it's late. What are you doing?
No worries, but I definitely thought that was going somewhere in the narrative. It was like, it was nice that you tried to dodge that. Oh, it's too bad.
Mom is in bed sleeping. All right, I'm gonna put you back to bed, okay? All right, excuse me, everyone. I have to.
No, dude,
put
do
my
it
son
up.
back.
Not
It's
a
all
problem.
good. I need the second to decide what to do.
Well,
It's like, if
yeah.
I roll a 1, I knock out now. But if I roll anything else, I'd be fine.
so if you roll a 1, you're knocked out. I mean,
how many dice are you rolling?
1.
Oh.
yeah, I also rolled 1 die, and I just got lucky. I didn't even think about it.
Yeah. Well, I that's why I checked and I asked, because, like, I have 5 ticks left. So as long as I roll anything higher than a 1, I'd be still up. But it does mean I'd have a lot of stress on me.
And that doesn't mean that you might get more stress from something else as we're going through this place. So
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
might be worth.
So I'm wondering if
getting
I
shocked.
should just, like...
Yeah, I should have gotten shocked
it.
too. I should not have rolled.
Like, yeah, I'm wondering if I should just remain shocked and just kind of be a little less effective for the rest of the...
Yeah, I think that
Breakout.
might be worth it. I mean, I only have 4 stress left, so I've got to be very cautious.
I have 5 stress left. I got lucky on that last one. I totally shouldn't have rolled.
Yeah.
I'm not
in
feeling it. I
retrospect-
don't feel like the dice are in my favor. I'm gonna roll the 1 and just be knocked out on the floor of the hummingbird. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, in retrospect, now that I realize that that's how it went, I mean, I was rolling 3 dice, so I felt a little bit better about it, but
yeah.
Even a two,
I mean,
even a 2
only
dice, I
having-
would have been feeling okay. But oh man,
Yeah, if I had at least one more die, I'd be like, yeah, whatever, I'm gonna roll it. Like, how likely is it that I roll double ones? You know?
Yeah.
You'd be surprised.
Oh,
It would
What's
mean I
our-
should head over to Vegas, is what that would tell me. But
what's our
Unless
limit
then-
on stress right now?
I have
I'm
four,
at-
determine that?
4 out of 9.
yeah, I'm at 4 out of 9.
Oh, so we have the full 9. Okay.
Yeah.
yeah.
I wasn't sure if one of our attributes governed how much stress we actually had.
No.
No, and once we hit 9, then we're out. So
All right,
Yeah.
I'm at 1 stress, so I'm not really too worried.
Oh,
oh, fancy.
Oh, you think you fancy, huh?
you think you fancy that?
I wasn't aware all of you were so stressed out. You got to calm down.
I know.
Listen,
Sounds
apparently.
like Sister
my
Rat
guy-
thing should be helping us.
My guy has literally been just like breaking things.
My apologies again, everyone.
No, it's okay. We,
problem.
we,
Okay.
we, we chatted.
All right, so 3 of you have resisted this.
Yeah, I totally shouldn't have rolled based on my knowledge of how this works now, but I got lucky.
Yeah.
All right. How about you, Helena? What are you doing?
I think I'm keeping the shocked because I
Okay.
don't like my odds of rolling a single die and
How much stress are you at right now?
4 of 9. So like if I roll a 1, I'm knocked out. But if I roll anything else, I'd be fine. But it does mean that my stress would be like really high, and we still have some other stuff to do.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, I think I'll just be a little less effective for the rest of this.
Yeah.
All right. So
A little
you
bit
have-
of hair just like stands on end.
Yeah, you're like "Ugh." the ribbons kind of like they flare out a little bit. All right, so you've filled the clock in destroying the hummingbird, but is there anything else you'd like to do to this thing?
Completely dismantle it.
I mean, you
Smash
can,
the tub and just
Yeah,
break
like,
all
you
the
can do more.
machinery and-
you've finished the job, but if you'd like to go even further in, by all means.
If
Yeah,
there
yeah,
is
yeah.
some type of hard wooden object that I could maybe hit the switch lever with, or propose that someone with a good rec does this.
Indeed.
Yeah,
to
some of the broken
knock,
furniture.
yeah, to fully break the switch so it can't be used, even if they
Yeah,
were
right now
just
the
to, like-
wires have been cut out of the panel.
The wires have been cut out, but I want the whole panel to just.
Okay. So yeah,
Yeah.
if someone wants,
People can
club
get
the-
wires, but if that switch is broken, it's going to take more time.
I mean, I only have a 1 in rec. So
That's
I mean,
more
if
than
somebody-
my 0.
Same.
That's true.
So that was my thought. Even if it's a 1 or somebody's got
Just
some
remember
rec.
that, like, you do invite calamity if you fail.
Right. That's why I'm saying like,
Okay.
What if we just flood the room?
I mean, you'd close the door and you'd have to like seal the bottom of it to
I
some extent.
I wasn't thinking that much effort. I just opened the
Oh, I was
valve,
thinking
closed the
like it
door,
might-
walk away.
Yeah, I mean,
it-
there's
it-
already
it-
water pouring out everywhere. You could open it up more.
Yeah.
Well, this way, it might still leak out of the crevices, but if someone opens that door, they're going to get flooded.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
still doesn't really destroy the.
And by that point, if the water's touching the panel, ooh,
yeah.
Yeah, who knows what? I mean, just it's going to be soaking in this gross water that's going to do damage. to the
It's your guys'
metal.
story. Whatever you wanna give a go.
that thing.
Yeah, is there any like hard like because there's like a broken pipe, right? Where you could like break the pipe off and like use it to smash the panel.
There, I mean,
It's
there's
still
broken
gonna-
furniture about that you
Well,
can like club it with.
so it
There's a
sounds
pipe
like
coming out of the ceiling.
It sounds like regardless of what we use or how we use it, it's still going to be the fact that we're rolling 1 die and could be taking on some calamity.
right.
Yeah.
So even if we get a rubber
honestly-
hammer, even though we know electricity won't hurt us, it's still a game mechanic. We're going to be in trouble.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So I think ultimately like we probably should just leave it.
If we've
You-
succeeded
you
on
finished-
destruction,
You finished the task.
yeah.
The scene ends now when you say it does. At this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go find.
I'd say- yeah.
Do I need to be any like? Do I need to like scan the room to make sure none of our caches were in here?
No, this is
The next
supposed to be not
tidbit would
that
be
day.
finding the caches again.
Oh, okay, sounds good.
Okay. All right. So we're done in here.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Nice.
All right. Who wants to find their gear?
I do.
Okay.
And I do. I want my spirit mask. What are you looking for again?
I am looking
he's-
for my spiritual
Spirit charm.
spirit bane charm. Sorry.
Yep.
Gotcha. Because I would love to find my spirit mask, which would help to counteract the shock, because it would make me more effective with the tuning.
Mine, I think, is more about warding off surprise ghosts. So technically, yours is a little bit more priority than mine. So I'm fine with you first.
Okay. All right, Mr. Crescent. Okay. How are we going
Right.
about finding your cache?
What does Hunt do again, if you could remind me?
Yeah, sure. Hunt tends to deal kind of in two things. One would be ranged combat. You generally use Hunt. Also, tracking down and finding things uses Hunt.
And
Hey.
yeah, that seems like what I want to do. I want to kind of like track down, look for any clues of any locations where maybe a brick might have been moved.
You've even got a
Or-
fancy
or-
little map that was given to you to say, "Hey, look for these things here."
Yeah, exactly. Like I'll kind of like head into those locations,
Okay,
on
yeah.
the map and hunt down any sort of information on that.
Okay, that sounds like a great idea. I'm gonna call that a risky great.
All right, but I am less effective. So
You are, so that would make it a risky standard then. Ah, yes, thank you, Jake.
I figured it'd be just a nice quick reference.
oh, thank you.
I'm gonna download that image.
Yeah, I know I have it and it's like printed out, but it's not like immediately next to me. Yeah, and unless anybody wants to like assist, I'm rolling 1 die. So
Do you
Well-
need to be trained? Not trained, but you need to be like skilled in that area to help. I guess. You can
No,
help in
you just
any
need
way,
to be
you
worked
can help
into the
in any way.
narrative.
Yeah, that's right.
you just have to figure
Um,
out some sort of narrative thing that makes sense for you.
I mean, I could prowl about and help like look in rooms and stuff and
Yeah, you
scrounge about.
You just literally be like, I'm an extra set of eyes for
Yeah.
what they say to do.
Yes.
So mechanically, you would take a stress,
Yep, I'm fine with that.
and then now Helena can roll 2 dice.
That's 5. 5 and a 2, so 5.
And we said that is standard, so okay. All right. Yeah. So you let's see your mask. So you come into a room that seems to be illuminated by mirrors. There are no actual lights in here, but it seems to be collecting light from the hall that it's connected to, and the mirrors are just kind of throwing light around the room. So it's a pretty strange room. And in the center of a circle of mirrors is a wooden crate with that burned in bird, like burnt into the top of it. And you call up on some sort of ghost or something to smash the box open. But when you do, instead of what you thought was going to happen, the box starts to shake and rattle and levitate up, and then the nails just slowly start lifting themselves up and out of the wood, and then the lid of it kind of comes off slowly, and the box tips forward towards you, and out into your hands from what was sitting on a bit of hay is a fine spirit mask, and it matches your face. Has the purple veins.
You're welcome home. And I
So you-
fix it to my face, and I'm like, all right, Dalio, let's move on then to the next matter of business.
So wait, you've got a mask that is your face to put over your face?
And they feel right at home.
And it feels like home.
Okay. In the interest of moving the story forward, let's just jump right to the next person who wants to get their item.
I believe that is me.
Okay. All right.
I would like
So
some
how are you going to find your
contacts.
item?
I would like to scrounge around, probably in like consulting the map. I'm gonna use that to triangulate a position.
Okay. And you're going to use what? What check?
I'm gonna use prowl to just look in every room until I find
Prowl.
it. Yep.
Okay. I'll call that risky standard.
All right. A 4.
2 successes. Right. Okay. So you go up to you find a guard room, and in it there's no one in there because the guards are out fighting the other prisoners and stuff. There's a lockbox on the wall that you know to be like a place where keys are stored, but you happen to know the means in which how to easily bypass this box. It has an inherent flaw that if you hold like opposing corners and kind of torque it a little, the lock mechanism will drop down. Sort of your infiltrator skill that you have.
Ooh,
Then you just kind of bypass that. And when you do, inside there where there should be a hook with a number of like keys on it, like all these different hooks with different keys. Instead, there is an envelope, and with that envelope has that same symbol of a bird on it. And you take that out and you open it up, and there's a leather binder inside with a set of picks, finely crafted picks.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together now.
Okay. All right. I think that leaves just Gibbous, yeah?
Oh yeah.
All right. So how are we going to find your stuff?
I'd like to think, since I'm going last, as we've been going through, I've been kind of surveying the area of that, as we've been looking.
We've been here already.
Yeah. So try to maybe process of elimination myself to be able to, kind of running out of rooms or running out of locales.
Yeah, that works for me.
To find the locale.
Okay. And you're going to do study or survey, or?
I'm thinking
I feel like
survey.
that's kind of a study.
Study?
I feel that's a bit more study to me.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine going study.
2 dots either way, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll call it risky standard.
2 and 6.
All right, there you go. Okay, click. All right. So you come into a room that it looks like it's a storage room, but there's a lot of like old art in here. Like maybe there was an art exhibit that was moved in here, or some ward or something used to have some sort of display, and like there are various things that are covered with tarps, and you look under them and it's clearly like, oh, this is a painting, or oh, this is a tapestry, and some sort of fancy portrait or other. But something catches your eye particularly. There's a full-bodied statue, very like Statue of David kind of thing, but it's missing its arms and its head, so it's just the legs and torso. But about what is left of the neck, there's an amulet, a tiny little trinket on a rope, or excuse me, a leather cord. Fancies your eye, and from it there's a little paper tag hanging off of it with that stamp of the of the bird that was on the black card. You take it off and you flip it over. There's also a little note that says, it's sort of in a bit of a rhyming scheme similar to the card you got, detailing with all things found, escape is true, find your way to the gate where I will also find you. So it's sort of ushering you to get out of the prison now.
Okay.
So
I
with
got
that,
myself my charm.
Yep. So with that, I suggest we actually cut to getting outside. I had some more scenes in the prison, but it's getting late.
Sounds
Everyone cool with that?
Yeah.
that's fine.
Valid.
Right. Let's see.
No disabling whatever this thing is that needs disabling.
The treadmill. Yeah, there were other scenes I had in mind, but it's getting on 12:30, so.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see here. Okay. What?
Jake.
So
Posted another gift.
so I'll just flash through them. You have a scene in where there's that treadmill, and you end up fighting the guard in there, who's like, it was actually supposed to be like a boss fight. That was going to be a pretty big fight just versus him. There's another scene where you have to cross some rickety planks in an old abandoned prison block, where there were ghosts and things. And finally, you make your way outside into the main area of the yard that leads to the main gate. As you're crossing, it's raining, and you look off to your left where you see what looks like a manor that's actually inside the prison walls, and that's known to be the warden's house. On the top floor, there's a single lit window where you can see the outlined silhouette of a person standing there, assumedly looking down at you, watching you cross through the yard along the main path to the gate. And with sort of a lazy boredom, they just close the shades, and you can just see just the remnants of light in the room. But whoever they are, they've lost interest in you. You eventually make your way to the gate, which is shut, and the street is just on the other side. What do you do?
I think we should fade into the night.
we gotta get through the gate, right?
Yes, that would be the intention.
Yeah. So I think Sister Waxing, who just got some fine lockpick.
Is there a nice big padlock that I can go at?
There is a big lock on the door.
Oh yeah.
So you gotta go
I'm
go up and give that
knuckles.
a go.
Oh yeah, I'm cracking my knuckles. I'm going up to get it.
Okay.
Can I
you go up to.
Is it in like a pool of light by chance or anything like that?
If you want it to be.
I don't. I was hoping.
Okay.
Not be
No, not specifically.
Okay.
So you go up and you realize that you have to. This lock you'd have to maneuver from the other side. So you have to stick your arms through the bar and pick in towards you.
Okay. Challenge.
And you're like, oh, okay, a little bit of a challenge. As you do, you feel in the way of the lock mechanism some sort of package or mound that's up against it.
I'm gonna check that out.
Okay, you're feeling it, and you're not sure what it is. It feels like a very kind of clay-ish type material. You also note the increasing sound of horse clapping making its way down the street. Note for all the players here, horses are extremely rare in this world. Most people use goats in the same way that in our own world you would think of a horse. So like goats pull carriages, and goats, people ride goats or whatever. Like, so there are horses, but they're very, very, very rare.
Oh, someone
Interesting.
went by. Can I grab this, whatever this clay thing is? Is it stuck to the gate, or can I?
Yeah, it seems like it's I don't know, it's attached in some way. It's not like meant to be here. It's been.
Can I get a look at it?
You can't really stick your head through the bar.
So I can't pick the lock with it. It's in the way of the lock.
It's in the way of you picking the lock. Whoever this is on the horse is about to come up to the gate.
I guess I'll go hide. I don't know what this is, and I don't want to just rip it out. I won't have time to pick the lock anyways. Like, let's hide.
All right, so you backpedal. What
is that like a? Is that like a maybe like a team? Maybe leading a team thing? Maybe you're leading the whole team to go hide.
To prowl into the darkness.
Yeah. We could totally do that.
Sure, if you want.
I'll gladly try.
So everyone make a prowl check. Jake, you're leading. So for every character that gets a 1 to a 3, you're gonna take a stress. Okay.
Cool.
5.
Cool.
Sorry, Jake.
6.
Got a 2.
Nice. I got a 4.
One stress.
So what's the highest number we got? 5?
6.
A 6? Okay, so we
I
got
got
a 6. So we take that, but how many 1 to 3s were there?
1.
Only 1.
Okay, so you take 1 stress.
Cool.
So Waxing kind of pulls out and says, "Someone on a horse is coming. Hide!" And you kind of all scramble. As you all settle into position, the horse foots stop, and a short amount of silence goes by where it's just the rain. You're thinking about sticking your head out and kind of taking a peek, and you just kind of hear us like a, "Where are they?"
What the hell?
Can I study
Does
the
it s-
situation if I
Yeah.
recognize the person, or if this is a contact
Maybe-
we're supposed to meet?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, make a study check. Kind of putting all the pieces
Ascertaining whether or
together.
not this is somebody who's like we're supposed to be like meeting up
6?
with.
6?
3.
Nice. So 6 is your high.
Yep.
So you're kind of putting everything together. You feel like this might be the person who set everything up to get you out.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't really like peered around to look at them yet or anything. You don't even know who they would look like anyway. But
Butcher
kind of like
steps
putting
out of
the
shadows.
whole thing together. It's like, okay, well, we're
That's
gonna
fine.
get
Yeah,
out
it's not a guard looking for us, but somebody is looking for us. So
Yeah,
it's
it's
probably
someone who
somebody
is, like-
involved
Yeah, like
on the other side of the
expecting-
fence. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you surmise that this, I guess, like he surmises essentially that this is the getaway vehicle.
This ain't
Uh,
trouble. This possibly could be help.
Yes.
I will relay that to the group and slowly emerge so that they can see us.
Butcher just outright just comes out of the shadows. He
I don't
Okay.
want to. I don't want to.
Slowly.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't. I'm avoiding spooking the horse for noise.
Okay. So do you all
But
sort
I,
of start making
yeah,
yourself
I'll-
known in one way or another?
I make a creepy giggle before I come out of the showers.
Okay.
Give
How
us
about you, Jake? How
appreciates
do you
the
make your
crazy.
presence known?
Much like Homer emerging out of the bushes, I emerge out of the darkness.
Just play the GIF in reverse, right? Slowly. Vroom. All right. So all of you step out into the light, and you see on a black horse a man set upon it who's dressed in mostly black leathers, but all of the thread working across it, like there's like a mantle on the top, like on his shoulders and stuff, where it's all embroidered nicely, but you can see that all the threading in it is almost as if the thread went through the colors of the rainbow. So he's all very black dressed, but with this very finely, almost unnoticeable like skew of all these colors. His skin and features are also very black, white, and 3 shades of gray, almost as if he belongs in a black and white photo or from like a black and white film. So he has this very like gray scale to him, of which notably his eyes are the only part of color that you can see. You see that I'm presenting right now. Have this rainbow hue.
Interesting.
He also seems, I mean, he's high up on the horse, but he seems notably short, is another distinct characteristic of him.
Gotcha.
like Lord Farquaad, or just kind of like he's like my height.
No, he's like,
Michael
like-
J. Fox, or
yeah, he's like
Excuse me.
4'8", 5 feet. Like he's
Oh, okay.
short.
He's short. All right.
Yeah,
he's Danny DeVito. Like
4'8"? Oh yeah,
Yeah.
he's short.
Yeah, he's not like inhumanly short, but he's not, you know,
That's
he's not a
pretty short
dwarf
for
or a
an adult.
halfling or anything. He's
Short for an adult.
Danny
notably
DeVito's
short,
four-
though.
Danny DeVito's 4'10" for reference.
okay.
So that's
All right,
probably
so maybe he's
Okay.
maybe he's more like 4'10". Yeah.
I was thinking like
So we'll-
Ken Jeong is I think 5'5". He's like my height.
We'll say he's no higher than 5 feet. That makes sense.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
5 foot nothing.
Yeah,
He's a
5 foot nothing. He may be 5 feet tall, but definitely not.
Oh,
like, right-
little buddy.
Right there.
Little buddy.
So this very like dark gray scaled person up on the horse sees all of you emerge in your own characteristic ways from the dark, and he seems to, as you each come out, seems to be looking directly at you. It's sort of like as you made yourself known, he knew you would be there. And he takes a pocket watch out, looks at it, references it, puts it back, says, "You took long enough. Where are the rest of them?"
Oh, the acolytes are like right here, but
No, not just them. I meant the other teams.
I'm sure they were able to get out on their own.
Very well. He reaches under his like leather duster and pulls out a flintlock pistol. Might want to stand back. He cocks it.
Butcher just like turns away.
You just turn your back. He aims it at the gate. He's giving pause just in case anyone wants to move further away.
I'm taking a step
yeah.
back.
Yeah, I'll step back.
Okay. Don't fucking
Okay.
hurt.
Where's
I
my
hide back in
gunshot?
the shadows.
He makes a shot and kapoof! A charge blows apparently that mound that was on the gate and blows the gate open. It doesn't like blow it off its hinges, but it's just enough to and the gates swing open.
Tiny bomb.
All right. Well, there's one last thing before you all go and get out of the rain. One moment. Hold on here. Need to bring up my map. Where's my map? Places in the dark. Maps. All right. You guys remember this?
Yes.
Okay. You are all right here. I need you to get to Crow's Foot. The way you get there is your own choice, but I've set up some possibilities for you. You can take a boat, you can take a carriage, or you can go on foot. Which way will it be?
Oh, I don't think we have money for a carriage.
No,
Or
the
a
carriage
boat.
is right down here. He references, he points. You can see
Oh.
a carriage further down.
Oh, we should do that one because if we got in a boat, there's going to be a different issue, and walking. Is
Yeah,
I mean, could you save that issue until we get to our destination?
right.
I look at the butcher.
The two of you share a glance. You smile, gives a little wink.
Not
Actually,
after
that,
being
that
cooped up.
the Muscle Man GIF that someone posted with a little
Yeah.
wink.
Yeah. Yeah. Very accurate to what Butcher does, and then he lets out like a very intimidating low laughter.
We've been in
At this, you
prison
start hearing the
and
sound
stressed out.
of blue coat whistles. Like they blow whistles to communicate with each other, and guards are assumedly starting to make their way out of the prison, and you can see like other police are.
To the cart.
I'm already
Shoot.
walking to the cart.
Right.
The
Oh, we're
carriage.
taking the cart, not the boat.
Yeah. Nope. Not the
He
boat.
shouts, "Crow's Foot, right away. Go right to the tower in the middle. You know where it is. You all know that, like in Crow's Foot, there's this nest right here called the nest.
Gotcha.
He wants you to go there."
Okay.
So anyway, this would have been another scene where there would have been a really cool like chase scene and you getting away, and the whole time as you're like knocking over fruit stands and law enforcement are chasing you. You make your way up here and then down the street and over this bridge, and there's a barricade here, and you have to bail out of the carriage and run the rest of the way. You know, big action sequence, right?
Yep.
You come up through Candle Street and Flint Street and in one of these other pathways in. All right, one moment here. Sorry, I'm doing a lot of like quick cutting because it's getting late. So
Understandable.
let's see. Final scene. Crow's Foot. Yes. So as you approach, you guys can hear all this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. There is a battle going on.
Oh shit.
In here. So as you come in from one of these side streets yonder, whatever way you find your way in, all through this area here around this tower are two different factions that you know. One are the Lampbacks, and the other are the red sashes. The lampbacks are here, and the red sashes are here. Those are their little hideouts. They're having a huge war here. Current events that you're aware of in the city are the Crows were the prominent gang that sort of held this district the strongest, are in complete decline. There is very little of them left. You can see there are a few of them also in this fight, but they are just getting slaughtered, and mostly the fight is between the lampbacks and the red sashes.
Good old power vacuum.
Yeah, it's a power vacuum, and they're mopping up what's left of the Crows and killing each other in the process to try to fill the void. So while you're standing here, we'll say you're up on Philosopher's Way, you note another group of people come in riding on goats. Another group of people come up through this canal here on a boat and jump off. Another group comes in off of rooftops and jumps down. They seem pretty out of breath. And even another couple of factions that seem to fill the void that clearly look like mercenaries. They don't seem like a ragtag group of people that have all broken out of prison. But most of these groups who are kind of coming in these streets with this fight going on look like recent prison breakout people just like yourselves.
Yeah, they're crews.
Yeah. So with that, the fighting that's going on actually starts to peter down, and they all start taking note of you sort of surrounding them, and the gunshots stop and the clashing of blades stops, and they're all looking about, trying to figure out what's going on. There aren't that many people left now. It doesn't seem like one side particularly was exceeding over the other than they were killing each other. With that, the horse comes riding back in on one of these streets and stops and stands kind of the gentleman who you saw before, stands tall on the reins of the horse and looks over everyone. Says, I see that you're all here and that you're all killing one another. I thought I would make my presence known with my newly formed syndicate. My name is Hummingbird, and these are all my charm. And he kind of gestures to all of you that are sort of blocking all these people in. We shall not be overlooked. Seems to make a point of that. Let it hang a little. And I will let it be at that for now. Just wanted to let you all know that we're here. And he gives a sort of forced smile, like it was something he practiced in the mirror a lot and never quite got right, but decided this would be what it is. With that, you all start to hear the sound of whistles of the law enforcement and police approaching from just about every angle coming into Crowsfoot, except for this one here, the Celestial Way, which the mercenary kind of group looks like. And he gives a gesture to all of you to follow him that way, and you all slip out as the police shouting, "Prison break! Get the inmates! Red sashes here, lampbacks!" And the police swarm in on this area to arrest the rest of the gangs that were fighting and who were left. Yeah, as you all run away to your various hideouts that he's pointed out to you. So seemingly the entire time, the plan was to get all of the law enforcement of the city to respond to this prison break and follow you all here in order to mop up all of these people.
Nice.
Interesting.
And that's the scene.
Nice.
That's game.
Awesome.
Now down to Limmerfield.
Yeah. So you all go off in your own way. So yeah, thank you for playing. Like I said, there were more scenes potentially, but it's a game that's very flow and open, and you know, we just kind of take it as we go.
Yeah.
So I hope you all had wonderful fun.
No, that was a lot of fun.
Look forward to the next time that we play. I have one more group to run through, which will be the coming Saturday. And I want to wait until I get through them before I start posting up missions. There'll be missions that your mob boss, whose name is Hummingbird, we'll be putting up for you to potentially pick from, or you can go on your own scores, ones that you come up with.
Right.
It's sort of all up to you guys.
Cool.
And after we have that last group go, we'll also pick dates, because I want to, kind of have in advance like when the next session will be. I just want to get everyone through sort of this game session, because I'm running this again for another group to get everyone through it.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
No,
so,
that was a lot different than the norm, but it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely different than anything that I've played before.
yeah, it's not like normal tabletop.
No,
Which was kind of the interesting part of it to me.
it's
Yeah.
very reminiscent of the Fate system. It's like
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, very.
Yeah, sort of make me believe in your tag.
Exactly, yeah.
I crave critiquing, both positive and negative.